The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Children's Wellbeing in Schools Bill, as amended in the Public Bill Committee, to be further considered.
Now, we will begin with new clause 17, with which it will be convenient to consider other new clauses, amendments and new schedules as listed on the selection paper for day 2. I call the Minister to move new clause 17. Minister Catherine McKinnell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And let me start by thanking honourable members on all sides of the House for their valuable contribution to this debate so far. This bill is for children. The clue is in the name. It's for their safety, it's for their education, their futures that we bring this forward. This government is on a mission to break down barriers to opportunity for each and every child, and this bill is a significant step on that path. And I welcome the debate that this bill has sparked, because after a decade where education has been on the sidelines, Labour is once again bringing it to the fore, to the centre of national life, the place it always occupies under a Labour government. Because education is at the heart of how we ensure opportunities for the next generation. I do give way.
Right Honourable Lady for giving way. On that specific point about the last 10, 12, 14 even years in the past, the schools in Walsall Borough, which, Madam Deputy Speaker, is a very diverse borough with areas of real deprivation, would she join me in acknowledging the fact that our schools have outperformed national figures for the first time at the end of last year, with 91% of Walsall schools being graded as good or better, showing steady increase under not just a Conservative government, but a fantastic Conservative-led local council.
So I will always share in the celebration of schools that are doing well, and the Honourable Lady is absolutely right to do so in her particular area. I do sometimes question, though, the sense of shameless pride sometimes that's seen by the record of her government, and that they left in when they left office, with England's schools getting worse standards in reading, down, maths down, science down, roofs crumbling, children struggling, a generation of children absent from school. These are challenges that we are determined, I will in a moment, determined to take head on, because the education that we provide for our children is not just for each of their futures, it's for all of our futures. It's shaping the society that we want today and the society that we want to build for tomorrow. I give way.
I'm grateful to the Minister, for whom I have a great deal of respect and consideration. Will she at least share with the House, because I know she is an honest person, the fact that schools in England are better today than they were in 2010, and picking some tiny subset of time to try and make out that schools were deprived isn't a fair assessment. Schools are demonstrably better in England today than they were in 2010. Please, Minister, at least acknowledge that.
I thank the honourable gentleman for his kind words and the assumption of my honesty. But the fact is that 1 in 3 children are starting school just not school ready. We have over a third of children leaving primary school without a firm foundation in reading, in writing, in maths. We have a disadvantage gap that is persisting. And I will come to what we want to achieve as a government. But we are not satisfied, as the other party appears to be, with leaving some of our children without the start in life that they deserve. We want it for all of our children, and that is what the changes we are bringing today will achieve, because it is essential. I've given way, I will give way later, that every child and every family has the certainty that they will be able to access a good local school, a school that will set high expectations and standards for all of our children, enabling them to achieve and thrive. Through our reforms, both of which we bring forward legislation today, and also for the ones where legislation is not needed, we are designing a school system that supports and challenges all schools to deliver for our children a rich and broad curriculum delivered by expert trained teachers with an attractive pay and conditions offer that attracts and retains the staff that our children need. I give way.
I wonder, in that spirit, whether she would look at my amendment News Clause 30, which calls upon the government to have a review of the effectiveness and value of outdoor education and learning for young people, both at primary school and at secondary school, which he acknowledged, as we try to put right the mental health pandemic we have in this country. Building young people's resilience through outdoor education is not just good for that, but also about building the ability to rely upon others, be relied upon themselves, be in situations where they're not comfortable, and be in a position there where they can go back to the classroom and be more willing to learn. Does she see this as a moment to invest finally in outdoor education for every part of our country?
So I know the Honourable Gentleman is incredibly committed to this as a cause, and understandably so. He comes from a part of the country that boasts incredible outdoor scenery and activities that I'm sure many of us have shared, and he is right to want that for all children, and that is part of the changes that we are bringing today to make sure that we can unlock opportunity for all children right up and down the country by creating a floor but no ceiling on what schools can offer, enabling healthy competition and innovation beyond a core set of frameworks and standards so that we can improve all schools, and schools will have the freedom and the ability to deliver the enrichment programme that he so rightly advocates for, but also those high and rising standards too for all children. I give way again to the Honourable Lady.
I'm grateful to the Right Honourable Lady. When it comes to freedoms and flexibility, does she not understand that the freedoms and flexibility that can come through allowing a school to have some flexibility over its curriculum?
Exactly. So try as they might to make their straw man argument, this Labour government is going to demand high and rising standards for all our children, and recent polls of the profession show that despite all the scaremongering, trust CEOs agree that there is nothing to fear from our sensible, pragmatic, common sense measures that will drive up standards in every school. Academies have grown from a government-backed insurgency within our schools, and they now make up well over half of our school system. It's not about to change. I know that the Right Honourable Member for Sevenoaks will be pleased to hear that conversions to academy status are progressing at a faster rate under Labour ministers than at any time since she joined this House. But it is right to look forward and consider how do we build a system that is fit for the next 20 years. And this bill is a step on that path, recognising, in the words of one MAT leader, that parents deserve clarity and confidence in the standards that their children's schools uphold. And that is what this government will secure. So following on from my honourable friend, the Minister for Early Education, who led yesterday's debate on Part 1 of the bill, I will use these opening remarks to set out the government's amendments put forward for Parts 2 and 3 of the bill. Members commented yesterday on the number of amendments, but the number that are substantive are small, and I was going to focus on those amendments today. I know many members have a great interest in city technology colleges and city colleges for the technology of the arts, and members have raised with me the excellent practice supported by these institutions. The set of amendments the government is tabling today ensures that these schools can be named on school admission orders and make clear that families with children attending these schools benefit from the other measures in the bill, such as those tackling the cost of school uniform. And as we're committed to working with all of our schools, so too is this government determined to work with the devolved governments to deliver the highest standards of education and care in all parts of the UK. A majority of today's amendments therefore concern the extension of the children not in school provisions to Wales. The Minister for Early Education spoke yesterday of our pride in working with the Welsh Government, Labour governments in both Cardiff and London, to deliver our shared ambition for a society where all children receive a high-quality education wherever they grow up, building a Britain where children come first. So these 91 amendments will extend all of the children not in school measures to Wales. The legislative consent motion is engaged in relation to this change, on which we're working very closely with the Welsh Government. Further, Amendment 140 will include the Scottish definition of schools in the definition of relevant schools for the children not in school registers clause. This amendment is essential because it ensures that only those children who are intended to be captured by the children not in school registers are eligible for registration, and without the amendment, a child that lives in England but attends school full-time in Scotland would be required to be registered on their English local authority's children not in school register despite being in school full-time. And whilst the last government said there was no space in their King's Speech to ensure our children's safety and their education, for this Labour government, our children are a priority across the whole of the United Kingdom. And Amendments 189 and 170 will ensure that the amendments made on corporate parenting extend to the whole of the United Kingdom. Education is an essential protective factor which can shield our most vulnerable children from harm. The children not in school measures include the new requirement for parents of children subject to child protection plans or inquiries to seek local authority consent. However, not every child subject to these inquiries will be at risk indefinitely. So, therefore, it would not be appropriate or proportionate for those home educating children who are not at risk and who are receiving suitable education to be placed in a school if it's not their parents' preference. This government will respect parents' rights to opt for home education whilst keeping children safe from harm and securing their right for education. Therefore, Amendments 141 and 148 are being brought forward to ensure that this intention is reflected through the school attendance order measures in the bill. I will give way.
The Minister for giving way. Could she reassure home educating parents that the requirements in the bill aren't going to be overly onerous? For instance, having to record the time that each parent educates the child. When is that? Is that 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year? How exactly will that work? And can she give some reassurance that this can be made to be manageable and sensible and not disproportionate?
Children who are doing the right thing, home educating their children, providing a suitable level of education in a safe environment, have nothing to be concerned about in relation to these measures. These are intended to ensure that no child falls through the cracks, and that's what we are delivering. New Clause 17 relates to...
I'm sure, absolutely sure, the Minister's intention is to ensure that this doesn't happen, but can she provide something that if people are doing small number of hours a week, is that really have to be recorded? Every place, I don't know how much the Minister knows about home education, but children are educated in all sorts of places, and I think there's a real opportunity at the dispatch box now to say that she'll come forward with regulations that make sure that they're not having to write down every time they stop at an ice cream shop because there was some education about the flavour of vanilla.
The amendments that I am addressing at the moment are particularly in relation to information sharing, which clearly he has concerns about. But members on all sides of the House will be all too aware of the succession of tragedies that we have seen when children fall between the cracks in services that should be there to support them. And the intention and purpose of the changes being brought forward in this legislation is a reflection of this government's determination to bring that era of state failure to a close. So new Clause 17 relates to the measures on opening new schools. Part 2 of the Education and Inspections Act 2006, which the bill is amending, includes a number of relevant duties and powers where personal data might be processed. For example, where a proposal for a new school includes details of the relevant experience of the individual proposers. New Clause 17 makes clear that these powers and duties to give or publish information do not give anyone the right to give or publish personal data in a way that would breach data protection legislation. It applies the data protection override to the whole of Part 2 and Schedule 2 the Education and Inspections Act 2006 to cover all of the information-related powers and duties in relation to opening, closing and altering schools. And Amendments 166 and 167 will ensure that restrictions on the sharing of data, obligations of confidence and other restrictions do not prevent the sharing of information where this is done to protect the welfare of children at registered independent educational institutions or in accommodation provided by schools or colleges. Amendments 166 and 167 empower Ofsted effectively to disclose information to other inspectorates of independent educational institutions or of accommodation in schools or colleges to enable their inspections and ensure high-quality services for our children. We anticipate that information to be shared for these purposes may include information given in confidence, perhaps, for instance, concerns shared with Ofsted by whistleblowers. However, we do think it's essential that information sharing which would help protect a child's well-being should not be hampered, and this imperative should override concerns about breaching confidence. Amendments 90 and 151 are essential because of the new powers of the bill to local authorities to share data from their children not in school registers with agencies listed in Section 11 of the Children's Act 2004 and Ofsted, in line with well-established practice, and to share information to protect and promote the well-being of children. These amendments will ensure that local authorities can have confidence that they are acting in the children's best interests when doing so. There are well-established processes and existing expectations on these agencies to share information to protect and promote the well-being of children. Without this amendment, local authorities and these agencies may be concerned that they will be restricted in the information they can share or receive from the not-in-school registers. This information is relevant to help local authorities undertaking safeguarding, welfare and education related to children, so it's crucial that it can be shared when appropriate. In summary, Madam Deputy Speaker, these amendments serve to strengthen the bill and ensure it works as intended to keep children safe, to secure their education, and ensure that they all, each and every family, can access a brilliant local school, which is the cornerstone of opportunity for every child. So I thank honourable and right honourable members once again for their scrutiny and their challenge on this bill so far, and I look forward to listening to the debate, because I know there's no subject on which the House feels so passionately as the future of our children and the steps that we must take to ensure that each and every one of them can achieve and thrive.
The question is that new clause 17 be read a second time, and I call the Shadow Minister, Neil O'Brien.
Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill doesn't set out any kind of clear plan or vision for our schools. It doesn't address the big challenges that do need addressing. It is silent on discipline and behaviour, one of the biggest issues. And it comes after they have scrapped simple Ofsted judgments and will be followed by moves to dumb down the curriculum and lower standards further. The Secretary of State has no positive vision. She has axed programmes for advanced maths, physics, Latin and computing because she thinks they're elitist. She has axed the behaviour hubs with no replacement, even though schools that went through them were twice as likely to be good or outstanding, and yet somehow she is able to find £90 million for advertising. Exactly. But this bill is the worst of all, and we have numerous amendments to it down today. It takes a wrecking ball to 40 years of cross-party reform of England's schools, and those reforms worked. There is much, much more to do, of course, but England has risen up the international league tables, even as Labour-run Wales has slumped down. Under successive governments of all colours, England's schools have been improved by the magic formula of freedom plus accountability. But this bill attacks both parts of that formula. On the one hand, stripping academy schools of freedoms over recruitment, curriculum, and reimposing incredible levels of micromanagement, taking away academy freedoms now enjoyed by 82% of secondary schools. On the other hand, striking at accountability and parental choice, ending the automatic transfer of failing schools to new management, reversing the reforms of the late 1980s, which allowed good schools to expand without permission from their local authority, a reform which ushered in parental choice. So let me unpack this. First, the bill takes away academy schools' freedoms over the curriculum. We've had amendments down to that. And as Sir Dan Moynihan, who leads the incredibly successful Harris Schools, has explained, we have taken over failing schools in very disadvantaged places in London. We found youngsters in the lower years of secondary schools unable to read and write. We varied the curriculum in the short term and narrowed the number of subjects in Key Stage 3 in order to maximise the amount of time for literacy and numeracy, because the children were not able to access the other subjects. Why take away the flexibility to do what is needed locally? That's what he asks. Likewise, Luke Sparks from Dixon's argues we need the flexibility to enact the curriculum in a responsive and flexible way at a local level. There needs to be consistency without stifling innovation. And McKinnell School, which has been top in the country 3 years in a row, its head, Catherine Burblesting, has written to the Secretary of State to say, do you have any idea of the work that will be required from teachers and school leaders to change the curriculum? You will force heads to divert precious resources from helping struggling families to fulfil a bureaucratic whim coming from Whitehall. Why are you changing things? What is the problem you are trying to solve? Nor is it just...
I'm grateful to my honourable friend. He, like me, finds these proposals tragic because of the removal of the curriculum freedoms, which have allowed schools like McKinnell, like Petchy, like schools all over the country, to tailor their curriculum specifically to reach disadvantaged pupils so that they are able to engage better with their learning and have an achievement that previously they didn't have. And that door is being closed, and I hope that members opposite may reflect on this and seek to see a change of policy, if not in this House, then at least in the House of Lords.
My friend is completely correct, and actually some members opposite have reflected on this. In fact, the Labour member for Mitcham and Morden said that the proposal to make it compulsory for academies to teach the national curriculum was of particular concern to her, and she is right. Ministers have never explained what they're trying to solve with this change, but the unions like it, so into the bill it goes. Now, we have further amendments down on QTS. The government is getting rid of academy freedoms over recruitment and the freedom to employ non-QTS teachers. Sir Martin Oliver from Ofsted gave us a good example of how these freedoms are used. He said, in the past, I have brought in professional sports people to teach alongside PE teachers, and they have run sessions. Because I was in Wakefield, it was rugby league. I had rugby league professionals working with about a quarter of the schools in Wakefield at one point. Brilliant. And the government's own impact assessment to the bill says of this change, some schools may struggle to find the teachers they need as a result. Rebecca Leake from the Suffolk Head Teachers Association gave a really good example of how this freedom is currently used. She said, I urgently needed an early years lead, and although she was urgently needing it, she was able to take on someone who had run an outstanding nursery, even though they didn't have QTS or plan to get it. But in future, she wouldn't be able to do that. And as former head teacher David Thomas told us during the Bill Committee, this freedom allows us to recruit people who are maybe at the end of their career, they've got a huge amount of experience, they want to give back to the community, they don't want to go through bureaucracy, and if we put up barriers, they won't end up in the state sector. And ministers have not produced a single shred of evidence that teachers without QTS are of lower quality, or why they can't be a good supplement to QTS teachers. And ministers have never explained why they think that they, sitting in Whitehall, they think they are in a better position to judge who to employ than head teachers on the front line. Ministers claim this is vital, but a footnote at the bottom of page 24 of the impact assessment reveals it will in fact not be applied to lots of different types of schools, including 14 to 19 academies, 16 to 19 academies, university technical colleges, studio schools, further education colleges, non-maintained school early year settings. So this is supposedly vital, but it's not being actually applied to loads of different types of school, and yet ministers are imposing it on loads of other schools. As the former head of Ofsted pointed out this week, taking that flexibility out of the system feels like a retrograde step, and she is right. And with this bill, Whitehall micromanagement is really back too. Clause 44 allows the Secretary of State to direct academy schools to do pretty much anything. And the Confederation of School Trusts are really worried about this, and they suggested a way to bring this unlimited power under some limits. They say, we do have concerns about the power to direct. It is too broad and it is too wide. We would like to work with government to restrict it, to create some greater limits. And those limits should be around statutory duties, statutory guidance, the provisions in the funding agreement. Yet, ministers voted down our amendment to put that suggestion from schools into effect. And likewise, Clause 34, as we discovered in Bill Committee, Clause 34.5.2, will require academy schools to get permission from the Secretary of State to make any change to the buildings they occupy. And this includes, and I quote, any change to either part of the building or a permanent outdoor structure. So literally, if an academy school wants to build a bike shed, it will have to go to the Secretary of State. And it was clear during Bill Committee that ministers had not even realised that this would apply to academy schools. And those are just two of the many, many centralising measures in this bill. So on the one hand, while freedom is being taken away, accountability on the other side of the ledger is being watered down too. The government already got rid of single-word Ofsted judgments and replaced them with something much more complicated, which doesn't seem to have left anybody very happy. And Clause 45 of this bill ends the automatic conversion of failing schools into academies. And the Labour member for Mitcham and Morden has said the current system in which failing schools automatically become academies provides clarity and depoliticisation and ensures a rapid transition. I fear that making that process discretionary will result in a large increase in judicial reviews, pressure on councils and prolonged uncertainty, which is nobody's interests. And she said, the DfE will find itself mired in the High Court in judicial review. When we tried to transfer our first failing school to a Harris Academy, we spent 2 years in court, and the children don't have that time to waste. She is so right. Rob Tyne, the Chief Executive of the Northern Education Trust, has made the same point. He says, if there's no longer a known blanket reality, there's a risk that where it's been determined a school needs to join a strong trust, it will take much longer, and we will go back to the early days of academisation when people went to court. And the Children's Commissioner makes this point too. She says, I am deeply concerned that we are legislating against the things we know work in schools, and that we risk children spending longer in failing schools by slowing down the pace of school improvement. She is right. The Confederation of School Trusts say that the current system offers struggling schools clarity, that they will join a trust, and that process can begin immediately. In contrast, they warn, we are not clear how commissioning part-time support through the RISE teams makes that any easier. They are right. And the former National Schools Commissioner, Sir David Carter, has warned that the arguments and legal actions that will arise if a school in Cumbria is told to join a trust, while a school in Cornwall just gets arm's-length support, will only add delay to delivering a fairer and better offer to children. And actually, worse still is Clause 51, as it now is, which attacks school choice and the freedom to go good schools. It was in 1987, Madam Deputy Speaker, that Mrs Thatcher announced, and she said, we will allow popular schools to take in as many children as space will permit, and this will stop local authorities from putting artificially low limits on entry to good schools. And that agenda became known as local management of schools, and of it, the former Labour Minister, Lord Donis, wrote, local management of schools was an unalloyed and almost immediate success. School budgets under LMS were based largely on pupil numbers, so parental choice came to matter as never before. And in contrast, the government's assessment of this bill, its own impact assessment of this bill, says we want the local authority to have more influence over the planned admission numbers for schools in their area. And that impact assessment says it could also limit the ability of popular schools to grow. If a school is required to lower their admission number, some pupils who would have otherwise been admitted will be unable to attend the school. This will negatively impact on parental preference. Michael Johnson, the leader of the very successful Cholmondeley Schools Trust, warns that this, and I quote, could be disastrous for successful schools. The government are not better placed than parents to decide which school a child attends. And Gareth Stevens, I have to give way.
I'm extremely grateful to my honourable friend. Does he, like me, reflect on the irony that the success from 2010 to 2024, which we on these benches would naturally celebrate, actually was only possible because of the Labour visionaries who drove the Academy's programme forward, made changes, developed the argument, rolled the pitch, and allowed us to lift our schools so much to so much higher levels of performance and our children from deprived backgrounds to so much better results. And it's Labour that were the creators of this, and now this government is disowning it.
My honourable friend, it's tragic. It is not us. It is not us that are criticising this bill. It is the professionals and people who've given their lives to education. Let me give you another example. Gareth Stevens, the leader of the Inspiration Trust, another great high-performing trust. He gives the example of his local council wanting to halve places at an outstanding school in order to prop up other schools. And he says, the idea that we could have the rug pulled out from under us and the number of places in our high-performing school cut is the most worrying thing. It will mean fewer places at high-performing, good or outstanding schools. And the bill allows a local authority to object to the current admission numbers of any school anywhere in the country. This became apparent during Bill Committee. So there will be border disputes with local authorities trying to push down numbers in neighbouring authorities. And I suspect that faith and selective schools will be particularly in the crosshairs of some of the more ideological left-wing authorities. Now, there's nothing in the bill to stop the schools adjudicator from being able to set a PAN to 0 or to shut a school, to stop one from opening. We tried to amend the bill to stop school performance, or to at least require school performance to be taken into account when making decisions on pupil numbers, but amazingly the government voted even that down. Now, when there are going to be dramatic falls in pupil numbers, then it is true that schools will shut or shrink, whatever the rules are. But under parental choice, the places that shrink will be determined by parents voting with their feet. In contrast, under this schools bill, it will depend on the ideological and political views of local councillors. This bill is moving power from parents to politicians. And even this week, we have seen further criticisms of the bill from people who've devoted their whole lives to improving education. The former head of Ofsted has said that this bill is levelling down and called on the Secretary of State to think again before the damage is done. The Chief Executive of Advantage Schools says, I think it would be a show of strength to pass the well-being parts of the bill, but consider the rest for a much longer period. That's a good idea. And Lord Harris, who backed Labour at the last election, says, we want better schools for everybody, and the schools bill will do the opposite of this, harming the most disadvantaged families. I hope that Labour will think again. Now, we also hope that they will think again. We will fight on to stop this misguided, destructive, and ultimately just very, very depressing bill.
Hear, hear. Call the Education Select Committee Chair, Helen Hayes.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak in support of New Clause 1, New Clause 2 and Amendment 2, all in my name. The amount of time afforded to the Education Select Committee to undertake detailed scrutiny of this bill was very limited. We were able to undertake just one evidence session on Part 2 of the bill, and we deliberately sought not to duplicate the evidence taken by the Public Bill Committee. We therefore took limited evidence on the changes to the role of local authorities with regard to school place planning and admissions. However, as an MP whose constituents have suffered the consequences of the fragmentation of admissions policies and place planning over the past 14 years, resulting in school places sometimes being delivered in areas where they were not needed, undermining other local schools, our councils struggling to ensure the delivery of school places that were needed, particularly for children with SEND, and local places at a very popular local school being allocated not to local families, but to children across a wide area of South East London. I wholeheartedly support the attempts in this bill to restore coherence to admissions and place planning through the role of local authorities. I also support the measures in this bill to reduce the cost of school uniform for families by limiting the number of branded items, which is a really significant cost of living pressure for families. I would, however, encourage the Government to keep a careful watch on how this requirement is being complied with, particularly in relation to the cost of blazers, having heard of one appalling example in my constituency of a very vulnerable child who had been allocated a place at a good school but told she could not attend until she was wearing a blazer, the cost of which was over £100, way beyond the means of her family. I know the Minister would agree that no child should be shut out of the classroom because their family cannot afford the right clothes for them to wear, and that is the intention of the bill, but the monitoring of the detail will be important. I also welcome the measures in the bill to introduce a register of home-educated children. While home education is the right option for some children who are well supported to receive education at home, the number of children essentially going missing from the education radar, out of sight, without any regulation of the quality of the education they are receiving, and sometimes coming to harm, as in the horrific recent case of Sarah Sharif, is deeply concerning, and the measures in the bill will help to address it. The Education Select Committee welcomes the introduction of breakfast clubs in this bill, which will help to ensure that no child has to start the school day hungry. But we also heard compelling evidence of the importance of school lunches for the poorest children. Around 1 in 10 children who are eligible for free school meals do not claim them because their parents or carers do not complete the administrative process. This can be because of difficulties with the administrative process itself, lack of awareness about the entitlement, or language barriers. Children from non-white backgrounds are more likely to be unregistered. This under-registration has impacts for schools too, since the ability of schools to draw down pupil premium funding is linked directly to the registration of eligible children for free school meals. I am talking about the existing entitlement, not a new spending commitment, and the benefits of free school meals for children's health and well-being and their ability to learn are very clear. These benefits are being seen in local authorities that are already doing auto-enrolment of eligible children, including Middlesbrough, Redcar and Cleveland, and some London boroughs where the benefits are in terms of pupil premium receipts for schools because the Mayor of London is already funding universal free school meals. Research from the Food Foundation found that while local authorities were successful in their mission to reduce the number of eligible children missing out on free school meals, it was a difficult and resource-intensive task, and data sharing between the relevant authorities needed to register children automatically was not straightforward. The local authorities piloting auto-enrolment have called for central government to step in and help. The committee has recommended that the government introduce auto-enrolment for children already eligible for free school meals. This recommendation would ensure that between 200,000 and 250,000 additional families The poorest children in our country who are already eligible will receive the meals to which they are entitled. The recommendation is reflected in new Clause 1, and I hope the Government will choose to support it today. I turn now to Amendment 2. The committee took evidence on breakfast clubs. We heard about the benefits of breakfast clubs, both in terms of ensuring that children do not start the school day hungry and in relation to the opportunity afforded by a breakfast club for a child to settle gently into the school day and play with their friends. We also heard about the need for breakfast to be provided on a flexible basis within the clubs so that children whose families are unable to get them to school early and who may be amongst the most vulnerable children don't miss out on this vital meal. The committee has had extensive evidence in our inquiry on SEND about the difficulties families of disabled children have in finding childcare and accessing extracurricular activities. To that end, it is vital that children with SEND can access breakfast clubs on an equal footing with their peers. This may involve additional costs, particularly in relation to home-to-school transport and the need to have specialist staff on site at the time of the breakfast club. I welcome that the Early Adopters programme includes around 50 specialist schools. But the inclusion of children with SEND in breakfast clubs in mainstream schools is also essential, and I hope the Government is looking closely at the early adopters and any additional support that may be needed to ensure that this is the case. Amendment 2 would ensure, on the face of the bill, that children with SEND are able to access breakfast clubs, and I hope the Government will support it. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I turn to new Clause 2. This is a very large bill, covering many areas of policy. It is being taken through this House very quickly, and in particular was not subject to any pre-legislative scrutiny. There have been a large number of government amendments at a late stage, and a number of measures in the bill will be contingent on government policies not in the bill for their success, including the Curriculum and Assessment Review, the reforms to the Ofsted Assessment Framework, and the work of the Child Poverty Task Force. New Clause 2 would require the Secretary of State to conduct regular reviews of the impact of this Act and publish reports. I would anticipate that such reviews would show a positive impact from this legislation. Having a clear monitoring and reporting mechanism is good practice, particularly for a bill of this size which has been delivered so quickly. Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome the intention of this bill and the measures it contains. I look forward to supporting it this evening, and my committee looks forward to playing a constructive role in scrutinising its impact in the months and years to come.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Munira Wilson.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. There are a number of measures in Part 2 of this bill to be welcomed. However, after a decade of neglect by the Conservatives, I want to ask ministers this. When our schools are crumbling, when we can't find specialist teachers, when special needs provision is in crisis, and we have a huge persistent absence problem, why has the government chosen to tinker with academies and governance arrangements as their priority education policy? There is one strong message coming through from education leaders, including those who have no ideological axe to grind, that there is a lack of coherent vision for the school system, shown in the way that government has gone about Part 2 of this bill, with no white paper or consultation of those on the front line or in leadership positions across the sector. But turning now, Madam Deputy Speaker, to some of the new clauses tabled in my name. With all the pressures on family finances, NC7 in my name would ensure free school meals were available to children from households earning less than £20,000 per year and automatically enrolling eligible children into this provision. Liberal Democrats have long believed that it is an effective, targeted intervention which would help children at both primary and secondary school who are in poverty. It would help them to concentrate and to learn and to thrive. NC 54 would require the Secretary of State to find out exactly how many children are eligible but not claiming free school meals or are not registered for pupil premium funding. It beggars belief, as spelt out in recent answers to parliamentary questions that I have submitted, that the government are flying blind on this issue, with the last proper study of uptake dating back to 2013. NC 54 would require regular reviews of free school meal uptake. And as we discussed at length this morning in Westminster Hall, Madam Deputy Speaker, and as the Chair of the Select Committee has pointed out, there are an estimated 230,000 or so eligible children missing out on a free school meal, where local authorities do auto-enrol children into free school meals. It makes a real difference. In Liberal Democrat-led Durham, 2,500 additional children now benefit from a hot lunch, and their schools benefit from an additional £3 million in pupil premium funding. Now, in committee, the Minister confirmed the government's intention to improve uptake by looking at auto-enrolment and data sharing between departments. However, his suggestion that locally led efforts are more likely to meet the needs of local communities risk patchy action across the country. We believe this requires a national response, and therefore we strongly urge the government to look at auto-enrolment as well as increasing the eligibility threshold so that we are feeding some of our poorest pupils, whether they're at primary or secondary school. Now, still staying on the theme of the cost of living pressures on families, Madam Deputy Speaker, we on the Liberal Democrat benches strongly support the objective of bringing down the cost of school uniforms for hard-pressed families up and down the country. However, we remain concerned that the legislation, as drafted, setting a maximum number of branded uniform items is highly prescriptive for schools and will not actually rein in the costs of these items. There is nothing to stop, as I think it was the chair of the Select Committee just pointed out, there is nothing to stop items costing £100 or more each. Furthermore, an answer to a parliamentary question that I tabled stated that on average girls' uniforms cost some £25 to £30 more than boys' uniforms. So actually, if we want to tackle these inequalities, the best thing to do is to support our Amendment 1. And I just want to put on record my thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker, to the clerks who have, we've picked up a drafting error in this amendment. So online, the actual amendment is correct, but the printed version is incorrect. Our Amendment 1 actually amends Clause 24, and it proposes a monetary cap rather than a cap on the number of items. And that would be reviewed and updated in line with inflation through secondary legislation every year. This will also drive down costs as suppliers compete for school contracts. Now, I don't share... I'm very happy.
Would she have been surprised as I was, she was mentioning written WPQ answers, would she have been surprised as I was to see the answer to a WPQ of mine asking that if a school specified a badge to be sewn on to an otherwise generic blazer, that the badge would count as an item of branded uniform?
I'm very grateful to the Right Honourable Member for that intervention, because I'm actually shocked, as I was about to come on to that as a possible solution to be able to stay within the price cap, but apparently that's not going to be allowed either.
Ms Wilson, before you continue, if you just be seated, I'm just reflecting on the statement you made that there is a potential drafting error. If that is indeed the case, has she made arrangements to ensure that the correct version of the amendment is in publication?
Yeah, I thank the...
Please, go on.
I thank Madam Deputy Speaker. Yes, we've been in touch with the clerks who have amended the amendment online, so the printed version is incorrect, but the online version should be amending now Clause 24 instead of Clause 23.
Okay, we will make sure that that process has indeed taken place. Please continue.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, at committee, the Minister of State's response to me on this amendment was that a cost cap rather than an item cap was too complex. It risked reducing choice for parents by increasing schools' reliance on specific suppliers. And she also suggested that there would be regional variation in pricing of uniforms. Now, on the regional variation point, again, having tabled a PQ on this, there's been no analysis by government to show there is regional variation in uniform prices. And I was going to suggest that for schools that do want more branding on items within a cost cap, that they could indeed sew on or stick on logos onto plain jumpers and other items that are bought cheaply in supermarkets, which is what I believe that the government is suggesting, that they want parents to have choice, and that would give them the choice of going to a well-known supermarket brand and then the school perhaps asking them to put a logo on. So I'm quite shocked to hear about the PQ that the Right Honourable Gentleman has tabled, and I will have a look at it afterwards. So our amendment 1 would both guarantee to put pounds and pennies back into parents' pockets and avoid top-down meddling from Whitehall on school uniform policy. Also on school uniforms, Madam Deputy Speaker, NC12 concerns a simple matter of fairness. The zero rate of VAT applies only on clothing for children for up to the age of 14, and parents have to pay VAT on school uniform for children who are larger or over the age of 14. Now, in committee, the Minister cited the cost to the Exchequer of making this change, but if the government's stated aim is to bring down uniform prices, could I humbly suggest that they press the Chancellor to look at this particular amendment, because it's a simple change to make. Now, turning, Madam Deputy Speaker, to special needs, as I said at the outset, this is probably the biggest burning priority for school leaders I speak to up and down the country. It certainly is for members across this House. When we see the number of members who are involved in SEND debates in this place. NC10 in my name would establish a new dedicated national body for SEND, which would fund high needs provision and ensure that children with particularly complex needs are receiving the tailored support they need. And with high needs spending having tripled since 2015, and as the Minister herself has pointed out, educational outcomes for SEND pupils remain stagnant, we need to reform the system, and I know she's busy working on this, but I would say a national body would help reduce the postcode lottery for those with the highest needs. And actually, there is a growing body of people out there, experts in the sector, who are starting to suggest that a national body could gather evidence on the efficacy of various SEND interventions, and I would suggest that such a national body could do that. Now, yesterday, Madam Deputy Speaker, I said it was very surprising that a bill entitled Children's Wellbeing Bill actually has very little content on wellbeing in it. New Clause 9 in my name would place a duty on school governing bodies to ensure that every school in England, whether primary or secondary, has a dedicated mental health practitioner on site, given the huge and growing mental health crisis amongst our children and young people. Now, the government has repeatedly said it's committed to providing mental health support in every school. But it was clear when I pressed the Minister in the Chamber last week, when we had a debate on Thursday on this issue, that the support the government is committed to providing certainly will not be the equivalent of a full-time person in every school. Now, mental health support teams, which they're looking to expand, are doing great work, but they are spread far too thin, and our children and our schools are crying out for more dedicated mental health professional time. Now, turning to the issue of academy schools, Madam Deputy Speaker, I fear the government is mostly trying to fix a problem that doesn't really exist, rather than focusing on the real challenges in education. Now, my biggest concern here is that ministers are putting the cart before the horse by writing into legislation that all schools must follow a curriculum which we don't yet know the content of because it's under review. Now, NC 51 in my name would ensure that we have a core common curriculum with local flexibility built in, and NC 52 would ensure parliamentary oversight given the ongoing review of which we don't know the results. And whilst we on the Liberal Democrat benches have always maintained the automatic academy order is not a silver bullet to turning around failing schools, until such time as Ofsted and government have settled on a new accountability and inspection regime that are swift and robust to ensure high standards in all our schools, removing the automatic academy order for schools causing concerns is certainly very risky. Amendments 223 and 225 in my name again ensure parliamentary oversight and attempt to mitigate some of these risks. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, turning to home education. At second reading, I stated that we on these benches strongly support a register of children not in school to ensure that vulnerable children do not disappear from the system. However, we also strongly support the right of parents to choose to home educate where this is the best option for their child. However, when even the Association of Directors of Children's Services was circumspect when they gave evidence at Public Bill Committee. They were circumspect about the amount of information parents will be expected to supply as set out in Clause 26, a level of detail which I would say risks becoming intrusive and unnecessary. Ministers must think again. NC 48 therefore calls at the very least for a review of the register's impact on home educators to be carried out within 6 months to ensure that only reporting requirements strictly necessary for safeguarding purposes are retained. Amendment 224 would remove the requirement for carers of children in special schools to secure local authority consent to be home educated, and NC 53 would ensure home educated children are not excluded from national examinations due to financial or capacity constraints. I'm very happy to give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
I thank the Honourable Member for giving way. Does she agree with me that with regard to home education, it's not only a case of getting the balance right between privacy and right to educate at home, but it's also really important that home educators do not feel stigmatised with regard to the ability of the state to enter private property under perhaps means that are less than forthcoming at times, and in a way that could enable the state to subsequently give an assessment of home education that is completely contrary to the reality that is experienced by the child in their own home.
Thank you, Bradley Thomas. Munira Wilson.
I thank the Honourable Gentleman for his intervention. I think he's expressing the concerns that those of us who are on the committee found through a lot of the written evidence that we received from families who home educate. Certainly I, in my inbox, have received from home educators in my own constituency. There is a real fear that this legislation, which is seeking to safeguard children who go missing from education, into over-policing of home educators, and when actually most of them are doing a great job, and actually a lot of them are home educating their children, not necessarily because they want to, but because they feel forced to, because that comes back to what I was saying before about the crisis in our special needs system and the fact that so much special needs provision just doesn't meet the need of children, and therefore you find parents giving up work to be able to home educate their child, and actually by virtue of those children's needs they tend to be much more flexible in how they home educate, and therefore the very onerous reporting mechanisms, I think, will really interfere with some of that flexibility that parents need to show to those children. So, in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, Part 2 of this bill, I say respectfully to ministers, is a bit of a muddle, because the second half of it was bolted on to some well-trailed measures which largely have cross-party support. So I hope that ministers have heard the strength of concern from school leaders about some of the unintended consequences of their measures. And if they're really serious about helping families with the cost pressures they face, I trust they will also listen to cross-party calls on free school meals, whether that's auto-enrolment or raising the eligibility threshold, as well as a more effective approach to managing the cost of school uniforms that I've set out today. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you so much. Just before I call the next speaker, if you just all be seated, I'm just reflecting back on the point made by Munira Wilson and the correction online, because colleagues are here in the chamber. The corrected version in the paper should read, I believe, clause 24, page 44, leave out lines 34 to line 4 on page 45 and insert. I think that is the correct version, in case there's any confusion. Steve Witherden.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a pleasure to speak in this important debate and express my support for the bill. For far too long, school children have borne the brunt of academisation. Fortunately, the Labour government in Wales rejected this model. But, having been a teacher on the border for most of my working life and a national executive member of the NASUWT, I've seen firsthand the negative impact of academies becoming the default model while local authorities have been sidelined. Since the introduction of the Academies Act 2010, the freedom to set their own pay, terms and conditions has led to the exploitation of teachers in academies and free schools. For example, Teachers at ARC schools are expected to work 1,657 hours more annually than a maintained school teacher, while earning £7 less per hour. Not only does the lack of national consistency allow these schools to undervalue and overwork staff, but it also undermines basic rights such as pension schemes, maternity and sick pay. Our bill will tackle these disparities by extending the statutory sick pay and conditions framework to all teachers in academies, ensuring greater consistency and fairness between academies and maintained schools. There is also the issue of admission policies. Too many schools misuse their control over admissions to break with inclusive local authority policies, selecting what they consider to be more favourable intake of students. The bill's extension of the power to direct admissions to academies will ensure that local authorities can secure places for hard-to-place and vulnerable students, rather than allowing academies to exercise shameful selective admissions. Furthermore, by ending academy presumption, the bill takes a significant step towards increasing academy accountability, empowering local authorities to better serve the needs of their communities, particularly helping send students and reducing reliance on unaffordable independent providers. I hope to see the severe disparity between teachers' pay and the high salaries of academy CEOs reviewed and addressed in future education legislation. We must ensure that funding is directed where it is most needed, in teaching and learning. This bill marks a historic first step towards creating an accountable and fair education system that will benefit all our children.
Graham Stuart.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to take part in this debate and indeed to follow the honourable gentleman, who I think has done us all a great service, and the nation a great service, with the clarity of his speech today, because, Madam Deputy Speaker, the party opposite is often accused of working to serve the producer interest rather than the consumer interest, to look after the needs of the trade unions and not that of the ordinary citizen, or in this case, the child. But rarely, Madam Deputy Speaker, does any member opposite make it quite so explicit as the speech we've just heard. A total betrayal of the child, a total focus on the needs of the professional, their interests, their pay, their disparities, their conditions. Nothing about the child, nothing about the standards of education. Never, Madam Deputy Speaker, have I seen a Labour member speak up so honestly about what this bill is really about. So I think we should all be enormously grateful to him for doing that, and doing it so clearly and in not many words. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill contains 38 policy proposals, all linked by a troubling theme: the misguided notion that the bureaucrat knows best. In advocating for new schools to be opened and controlled by local authorities, the government chooses to ignore the evidence that competition and innovation are the things that drive up standards, and instead they consolidate power in the hands of bureaucrats. This bill also undermines the rights of parents to determine what is best for their children's education, whether it be attending school or being home educated. Far from empowering schools, which, until the honourable gentleman came along, ministers have tried to pretend this bill does, this bill imposes a centralised, outdated version of education that stifles choice and which will reverse 14 years of progress. But actually it's more than that, it's 25 years of progress, Madam Deputy Speaker, because, as I referred to earlier in an intervention, it was 2000 that the then Labour Prime Minister announced the Academy's programme. I think it was 2002 the first City Academy opened. It's a quarter of a century of progress in which time, demonstrably by every known measure of performance, schools in Wales have fallen behind schools in England practising these appalling academy policies, which have led to such an improvement for the child. Which, notwithstanding the doubtless, I mean, the honourable gentleman's speech was quite remarkable, but I would hope there are members opposite who aren't so tied up in their trade union engagement, their producer interest capture, that they could actually focus on the interests of young people. Because, I mean, when the right honourable friend and I, and members opposite, served on the Education Committee, which I chaired, we were horribly aware that the policies that we were helping scrutinise and influence would have an impact for decades to come on lives. So actually, in many ways, more fundamental than the economic policies pursued by a government at any time. At least they're more easily altered. But you close down the opportunities for disadvantaged children, and that will be having a negative impact on them, on their families, on their community, and indeed on this country for decades to come. And that is why it is such a bad idea. Let me give way to the Honourable Lady.
I thank the Honourable Gentleman for giving way. But does he not agree with me that when the system is currently meaning that a third of our children leave school without the basic qualifications to succeed in life, that there is a failure in the current system and it does need change, and furthermore that in the communities with the most disadvantage, and I mean outside of London, the academisation approach has not made an impact and has not turned the life chances around of those children who are literally growing up in the most deprived wards.
Listen to her.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I apologise. I have worked in those communities and with those schools and seen the impact of trust after trust failing those children. I will not accept that. And does the Honourable Gentleman also agree with me that that's not acceptable and we have to move forward from this day to make increased improvements to make sure that most disadvantaged students genuinely get the opportunities they deserve? Stuart.
Well, I thank the Honourable Lady for her speech, if not intervention. And I certainly applaud her passion for the interests of children and disadvantaged children in particular, and her rage at failings in the system, and her desire to see improvements made to it, which might need to be radical. But we haven't heard how the mechanics of the changes proposed in this bill will raise standards. They will, in fact, dismantle it. And it comes in the Honourable Lady's intervention, comes in the context of my following the Honourable Gentleman talking about Wales. And you can see the system which is being created by this bill is much more akin to that in Wales, exactly as the Honourable Gentleman so honestly said. And does the Honourable Lady suggest that deprived children in Wales have better outcomes than they do in England? She moved to stand up, but then decided and thought better of it, which I think was wise of her, because she knows that the situation in Wales, which, as the Honourable Gentleman said, is exactly what this bill is trying to create, is infinitely worse than it is in England. Whatever the failings of the system in England, it is demonstrably better than it was 15 or indeed 25 years ago, and it's demonstrably better than it is in Wales. But I'll happily give way to the Honourable Lady again.
Interventor should be short, Sarah Smith.
Thank you, the Honourable Gentleman, for giving way once again. In the most recent conversation I had with a group of my head teachers, not one of them raised concerns about this section and the reforms that are being made, because for them, the question of academisation and actually how the amendments have been made are not going to limit them in their capability to do the best for their children. What they are concerned about, and it has been mentioned from across the House, are issues that will come forward beyond this around SEND and other things that are restricting them from making progress.
Well, again, I thank the Honourable Lady for that intervention, but she again couldn't explain anything about the bill. Her passion for improvement was great, we'd all applaud that, but her linkage to anything in this bill that's actually going to improve matters, that is absolutely distinctly missing. And so many people, from Sir John Coles of United Learning, have criticised these proposals in the bill, because effectively he said it would destroy the academy system. I couldn't quite tell where the Honourable Lady is on that, but the Honourable Gentleman, as I say, spoke with great clarity. Where once Labour promised us education, 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 now they promise us bureaucracy, bureaucracy, bureaucracy. And tragically, it's our children who will bear the consequences. And the outcomes of the last Labour government serve as a stark warning for where this bill will lead. Because in 2010, notwithstanding the nascent academy movement, we inherited a country where our children ranked 27th globally in reading. We spent more on education than Germany, yet achieved results that lagged behind nations like Poland. By the time we left office, Madam Deputy Speaker, England's students were ranked as the best readers in the Western world. In 2010, just 68% of schools were rated good or outstanding. Today, that figure is 90%. And these dramatic improvements didn't happen by accident, Madam Deputy Speaker. They are the result of a system which puts freedom, competition and accountability at the centre of education. And equally importantly, leaves mediocrity nowhere to hide. If the Conservative education reforms were great, it was only because we were standing on the shoulders of giants. I quote, "Academies were introduced in the areas of greatest challenge, harnessing the drive of external sponsors and strong school leadership to bring new hope to our most disadvantaged areas." Not my words, Madam Deputy Speaker, but that of the longest-serving Labour Prime Minister, Sir Tony Blair, in 2005. And to his credit, he recognised the failings of our country's overly centralised education system, and he started the reforms which paved the way to make our schools great again. From tiny acorns do mighty oaks grow, and that's what the Conservatives delivered. In 14 years, the number of children attending academies skyrocketed from 192,000 to 4.9 million. This was transformative for pupils across England, particularly those living in deprived communities. One example I will pick is Harris Academy, Battersea, formerly known as Battersea Park School. It was considered inadequate before joining the Harris Federation in 2014. At that time, 68% of students achieved 5 or more GCSEs at grades A to C, A star to C. By 2017, this figure had risen to 83%. And in 2018, Ofsted rated the academy as outstanding, noting that teachers were proud to work there, morale was high, and pupils of all abilities made very strong progress. By putting a strong emphasis on cultural enrichment and academic excellence, the life chances of the working class pupils that they predominantly teach and who Labour claim to represent were transformed. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I am pleased that the Government, and congratulate the Minister, has seen sense on one issue and amended the bill to stop the extension of national pay rules to academies and only require academies to have due regard to the school teacher's pay and conditions document rather than impose a ceiling on pay, as this would have undermined the remarkable progress made by these institutions in raising standards, particularly for disadvantaged pupils. New Clause 38 goes one step further, making the pay set out in the school teacher's pay and conditions document a flaw and extending freedoms over pay and conditions to maintained schools. One of the strengths of academies is their ability to respond flexibly to local needs, including offering competitive salaries to attract and retain the best teachers in challenging areas, and limiting this flexibility would ignore the realities of teacher recruitment and retention, especially in communities where the need for high-quality education is greatest. Because people respond to incentives, Madam Deputy Speaker, and if academies can't pay the best maths or physics teacher more than the children who would benefit from their skills the most, they will be left behind. Building on the need for greater freedom and flexibility to raise standards, we introduced free schools, an initiative that helped spark a renaissance in English education, walking hand in hand with their union paymasters who decry these schools as unaccountable and underfunded, as we had set out in the previous speech. Labour want these engines of social mobility to be destroyed. Their proposal to allow local authorities to open new schools, along with their planned review of the free school programme, would shift control of our children's education away from communities and teachers and back into the hands of bureaucrats. And unfortunately, Madam Deputy Speaker, the process has already started. In October, ministers paused plans to open 44 new state schools in England, putting parents of children who plan to send their children there in limbo. So I'm pleased to support New Clause 39, which would reverse this pause and allow those schools to open as planned. So let's be clear. In 2024, 21% of GCSE entries from free schools achieved a grade 7 or above, compared with 19% in comprehensive schools. Labour may not want to face the facts, Madam Deputy Speaker, but the reality is this. Sometimes the bureaucrat and the trade union shop steward does not know best. The Secretary of State is Labour's Miss Trunchbull, putting our teachers in the choker to satisfy her union paymasters. Finally, this government is so certain in its belief that it knows best. They won't even allow the parents of the freedom to educate their own children without state interference. Buried within this bill is a new legal requirement for local authorities to maintain a register of children not in school, a policy which I recognise was in the Conservative Party's manifesto, but which has, in my view, the potential not just to be unhelpful, but actively harmful to children. Our country has long upheld the primacy of parents, not the state, in determining the best education for their children, a fundamental covenant that this proposal seeks to undermine. And that's why I do support Amendment 200, which requires a local authority to submit a statement of reasons when they do not agree for a child to be taken out of school to be home educated. They should at least have to account for themselves. Compulsory enrolment could have serious consequences, as families may simply refuse to comply and potentially disengage from state involvement altogether because of this overreach, leading to negative unintended consequences that could impact the child's well-being. The state thinks it has a divine right to infringe on every aspect of the child's life, or at least this government does. They want to know what home-educated children do at the weekends and during the holidays. If that information is not required for children who attend mainstream schools, what's the justification for demanding it for children who are homeschooled? And why could the Minister not, in my, I think, repeated interventions, provide any reassurance that we would have some sensible and proportionate rules put in place? I therefore support Amendment 197 to this bill, which will remove this requirement. Madam Deputy Speaker, it was John Maynard Keynes who said, "When the facts change, I change my mind." In the same spirit, I ask colleagues across the chamber what they do. The evidence is clear. Freedom and flexibility in education does drive up standards and delivers better outcomes for children. In government, we followed the evidence and built on the previous Labour government's body of work, and the results speak for themselves. England now has the best readers in the Western world, a record number of schools rated good or outstanding, and greater opportunities for working-class children, albeit never at the level we would like, which is why it needs to be built on, not knocked to the ground. As proud as I am of our record, Madam Deputy Speaker, this debate isn't about party politics. At its heart, it's about ensuring that every child, regardless of their background, has access to the highest quality education that we can provide. So I urge the Secretary of State to follow the evidence, not ideology. I will vote against this bill, but given the government's majority, of course, we accept that however misguided these policies are, they will probably pass. So all I can do is finish by appealing to colleagues across the chamber. Show courage, stand up for the poorest in society, stop the wreckers, and support our amendments this evening when we come to vote.
Abtisam Mohamed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to commend the Minister on all the excellent work that's taken place so far on the bill. My representations will be in relation to home education. I recognise the importance of safeguarding and making sure that vulnerable children don't fall through the net. However, the home educating community is growing, is diverse, is caring, and they are fiercely passionate about their children's education and learning. Amendment 4 and 13 and 14 in my name is about adding the definition of suitable education, which already appears in Section 7 of the Education Act 1996. Without this amendment, it will be left to individual local authority officers to decide what they think is suitable education. Amendments 5 and 7 in my name are about registration and the contents of the register, which would make it no longer compulsory to provide the second parent's name if it's not relevant to the child's education. If the second parent's name is not mandatory, then the lone parent cannot be sanctioned for failing to supply it. The requirements for two parents' names disproportionately impacts single parents who may have to make an impossible choice between provoking their ex-partner or see their child forced back into school. Failure to comply may result in the lone parent having to choose between sending the child to school, which may not be the best place for that particular child, or facing fines and potential imprisonment. Amendments 8 and 12 in my name are about the school attendance order process and would remove the use of school attendance orders, conditions C and or D, where a parent is unable or unwilling to provide information for the register. Amendment 15 to 19 in my name are in relation to home visits. Home visits are a part of the school attendance order process, and it adds that there must be something about reasonable grounds for refusal on the face of the bill. A child may be extremely anxious about strangers in their safe space of home who are about to scrutinise how much they are learning and who have the power to send them back to school if they deem it to be insufficient. A parent may therefore feel compelled to refuse a home visit. This should not be the reason to fail the home education, hence it should be added on the face of the bill that reasonable grounds may justify a refusal. It cannot be simply left to guidance on a later date. Furthermore, it would be using a sledgehammer to crack a nut if the local authority had a statutory duty whereby it must consider all the settings where the child is being educated, since there must be constantly evolving venues and activities. Instead, it should say that the local authority may consider some of the settings. These amendments allow reasonable grounds for refusing home visits, which would also mitigate the use of school attendance orders for discrepancies in registrations. Conditions C and D under 436H6 and Clause 7, which would otherwise have a disproportionate impact on lone parent households, mostly headed by mothers. Details of both parents will be required for the register under the proposed new section 436C, while section 436D imposes a legal duty on parents to supply this information. Without these amendments, section 436I could see a situation where a lone parent who is scared to supply information about an absent parent or a former partner is put at risk of reprisals from the non-resident parent whose address will also be visited as one of the homes in which the child lives. Finally, a message from many of my constituents who are home educators. There are some who may say that home educators do a good job, but, and that's it. A whole community dismissed in 7 words. Just for once, can we acknowledge the thousands of families taking responsibility for their children's education, often through shortcomings in the school system, as was rightly alluded to by the honourable member across the bench, in the school system. Their work and that of their children should be appreciated and valued. We should not stigmatise home education. If adequate child protection laws and systems fails, it is that which requires scrutiny.
Yeah.
David Simmonds.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's been a very comprehensive debate about this bill, and I rise in particular in support of a number of the amendments which honourable friends have laid to the legislation today. But I'd like to just open with a point that I know was greatly debated not just yesterday but also in the earlier stages of this bill. I know the Minister at the dispatch box has said that she regards the safety of children as the highest priority of the government, but I have gently to say to her that the absolute refusal of the government to countenance the amendments and the proposals around equal protection do demonstrate that there is a lack of will to follow most other countries in implementing laws that provide that level of protection to children, and it will remain enormously disappointing and an outstanding issue in terms of child protection for the foreseeable future.
Yeah.
When we consider the measures that are before the House today, they are primarily concerned with the schools element. And I have to say, I would like to back up a number of colleagues who set out the long-standing cross-party nature of the measures which underpin the success of the education system in England today. I was a governor of one of the first schools that ever became an academy, sponsored by a significant Labour Party donor who came forward to support a Conservative local authority that engaged with that programme. I'd also like to pay a tribute to the work that was done by the Liberal Democrat Minister, David Laws, who attended Cabinet as the Minister for School Standards, when the Academies Act that underpins everything that's driven forward those standards in a structural way were implemented under the coalition government. And I was surprised, therefore, to hear some of the comments made by the member for Twickenham disowning the contribution that Liberal Democrats have made also on that cross-party basis to driving up school standards in England over the years, of course.
I chose my words very carefully. I talked about the last decade. The Liberal Democrats were not in government the last decade, and actually the Conservatives had about 7 or 8 education secretaries in that period of time, which suggests to me that that carousel the constant changeover just demonstrates actually how little those education secretaries actually valued education. And the state of our school buildings, the state of our SEND system tells you all you need to know about how much the Tories actually value education.
Simmonds. Well, Madam Deputy, I think it is important that we pay tribute to the work that David Laws did on this. I know as a key part of that coalition,
and very gracious of
he shaped the legislation which then underpinned all of the actions that followed by both the coalition and then Conservative Education Secretaries and majority Conservative government afterwards. So we all need to recognise, not only is education a shared priority, the contribution to driving it forward and to creating these structures has been a shared one by all parties over the years. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I do have a degree of sympathy with an issue which I know the government are trying to address. There has always been a legal conundrum between the fact that legislation passed in successive Education Acts by this House places detailed, specific legal obligations on local authorities, both in the provision of school places in general and in the provision of education to specific individual children to whom they owe a duty. And there are times when that is in conflict with the fact that academy schools are their own admissions authorities. Now, this is not a new thing. It's existed in respect of faith schools for many, many years. And it's clear that probably most of us in this House will have had a degree of casework arising from parents who are frustrated that they are having difficulties in the relationship with their child's school and they are having difficulty in sorting that out. However, a number of honourable friends on this side of House have made the point that most of the measures in this bill are not about relieving those issues that can be burdensome for families and individual children. They are about imposing a much higher degree of control and centralised control on what goes on in the education system in England. Yes. An education system that has powered ahead of the school standards that we see in other parts of the United Kingdom and in particular Labour-run Wales over that period of time. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, the outset of my journey on this was that in the lying days of that last Labour government, I was a member, then became the chair of the National Employers Organisation for School Teachers, which is the body that, as an employer, provides evidence to determine pay and conditions for school teachers. And we might generally conjecture, as members of the public, as members of the political establishment, that that would be a fairly light-touch responsibility, that we would take a strategic interest in the workforce, and that we would give occasional advice and guidance as to how that might be achieved. And I was quite surprised to discover that we were to attend, with 17 unions, a weekly meeting with the Secretary of State, then Ed Balls, and his deputy, Jim Knight, at then the Department of Children, Schools and Families, at which those unions would provide a detailed list of their expectations to ministers about how every aspect of education policy would be micromanaged. Now, those regular weekly meetings came to an end with the election of the coalition government. But I am aware that they have resumed since the election last year. And we've had admissions from ministers about how really they've engaged with school leaders and a great reluctance to say how often they're engaging with those that represent the union interest.
Intervene and tell us. You could intervene now. Go on, tell us.
I'd invite the Minister to say how often she's been meeting with those school leaders.
Go on, tell us.
We've also seen a move to re-establish the school support staff negotiating body, which I had the privilege of chairing the employer's side of. Now, not only gives a voice to the teaching unions about every aspect of education, but to support staff too. And one of the big challenges under the last Labour government was that the teaching unions hated the idea that school support staff would have that voice about what went on in the classroom. But it is again a cause for concern that the priorities for the new government are not to think about how do we build on the progress that we've made with policies that we established, principles that we introduced, but instead, how do we revert to giving control back to those with a vested interest in how much money is spent, rather than those with a vested interest in the attainment of the children in all of our schools. Yeah. And that's why it's particularly important that we support the amendment around New Clause 38. The opportunity to extend the freedoms on pay and conditions to maintain schools, something which, frankly, we should have done in government, but which there is now an opportunity for this government that says it regards education as a priority to do, is incredibly important. to create a genuinely level playing field, so that those maintained schools, which have of course been amongst the main drivers of the progress in reading and mathematics in our youngest children, which are one of the proudest achievements that have taken place over the last decade, are able to secure appropriately the highest quality of teachers too. And I'd be grateful to hear from the Minister, who has now confirmed, I think, that the union's demand that nobody should teach in a classroom without qualified teacher status, that demand will not apply in respect of university technical colleges. And we know that UTCs have struggled sometimes in the educational landscape that we have. Those like the Heathrow UTC in my constituency, introducing an educational offer for a group of young people who might otherwise find it difficult to access the type of education that gives them the start in life that they need. But it's an example where there is a success, there is an opportunity that we could be taking forward, that we could be building on. And instead, we see it being overlooked, potentially undermined by the measures, in particular around the national curriculum, where it's very hard to see how an aviation-focused UTC, in the case of my constituency, closely connected with Heathrow Airport, looking at the employment opportunities, the chance to access apprenticeships to gain technical skills, to learn about catering and retail, how that is going to be well served by saying the people who know about those things, unless they have qualified teacher status, will be prohibited from carrying out that work. So we need to make sure that we retain that element of diversity and opportunity in our education system. That diversity of provision and style, which was always intended to underpin academisation, is now at serious risk of being lost. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, it's very clear that there is a need to reconcile the legal imposition on local authorities, for example, balancing the education budget at a local level, because it is legally part of the council tax, and there's yet to be a solution to how that should happen without an unacceptable impact on local residents. The need to balance and reconcile the legal obligations on local authorities around the provision of places with the lack of any legal obligation on the part of government to ensure that those things are properly funded. But what remains when we return to both the substance of this bill is that even with the amendments that we are seeking to pass, and they are very sound amendments, what the Minister describes as a mission is a mission without a purpose. This essentially is a shopping list of union demands. There is no sense in this bill of how we take forward the progress that we've made, or what it is we want to achieve for our disadvantaged children, what targets we might set, how we might go about that, how we might unleash that sense of aspiration that exists in so many of our communities. And when people say, what are the things we can be proud of when we left office? Youth unemployment when we left office was half what it was under the last Labour government. There were 4 million more people in work than there were when the last Labour government left office. Much of that is down to the brilliant progress that was made by so many of our schools in transforming education standards. And this government should hang its head in shame that all it can do is come forward with a shopping list of union demands and not for a moment put forward the needs of the children of this country.
Absolutely.
David Baines.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to support this bill in its entirety and to speak today in particular about Part 2. The previous speaker, it's a pleasure to follow him, he spoke about hanging heads in shame. I could use my time, it's not in the scope of the bill unfortunately, but I could talk about the fact that more children are coming to school not ready to learn. I could talk about the SEND crisis, rising child poverty, the amount of young people who are not in education, employment or training. We could talk about legacy and hanging our heads in shame, but I don't think he'd want to hear that. I was a member of the Bill Committee, Madam Deputy Speaker, and there was a large amount of agreement about much of the bill, but also some significant divisions, and they are rightly being debated in a lively fashion today, and I'm sure that will continue.
The child protection measures debated yesterday, which were broadly supported, are clearly significant, but I believe the measures in this part of the bill, in part 2, will also make a real difference to the lives of many children and their families. As many colleagues in the House know, in my previous lives before coming here, I was a primary school teacher and a council leader, and in both those roles, I took the well-being of children extremely seriously. And I can assure members opposite who might be concerned about my motives for speaking in this, it's purely in the interests of children and their families and what is good and what is best for them. With that experience, and frankly speaking as a dad of 2 young children as well, I can't welcome this bill enough. And conversations that I've had with families, governors and school staff in St Helens North suggest to me that I'm not alone. This bill introduces a floor, not a ceiling, in standards, ensuring that every classroom has a qualified teacher at the front of it, and making sure that all schools teach the same core curriculum are, to most parents and carers, common sense. And despite a bit of scaremongering, it was reported last month that a Schools Week survey found the majority of academy leaders saw little to no negative impact from the bill, and indeed from school leaders I've spoken to from maintained and academy schools in St Helens North, that's the general consensus as well. One of the measures in this bill which has gained the most attention is the introduction of free breakfast clubs at every primary school, and I have sympathy for the amendment tabled by my honourable friend, the member for Dulwich and West Norwood, regarding schools making particular provision for children on the SEND register, and I hope this is something that will be monitored through the pilot process and going forwards. We've recently had the announcement of the first 750 schools to pilot the scheme, and I've previously welcomed the news that Pace, Garswood Primary and Ashurst Primary in St Helens North are among that first cohort. I visited Ashurst last week, and speaking with head teacher Lisa Horton and Chair of Governors Chris Forrest, their ambition and their excitement for their school and this opportunity was clear. It is a fantastic school, and I've got no doubt that they and many others are ready to make a success of the free breakfast club programme. We just have to give them the funding and the tools to make it work. Madam Deputy Speaker, as a teacher and a council leader, I often watched previous governments talk about education and state schools in general, and children from communities like mine as if it was something foreign. That's if they talked about us at all. So I was thrilled to hear the Secretary of State refer to Carmill Primary School in my constituency in her statement welcoming the first 750 breakfast clubs. It's a model for us to follow at Carmill, and speaking with the head teacher Andrew Maley at an event in my constituency on Friday, I know he's determined to take it further and will do so with our support. Madam Deputy Speaker, every single parent and every single carer is ambitious for their children. The vast majority of them are currently working every hour God sends just to make ends meet, and they'll welcome the changes to help with the cost of uniforms and breakfast clubs, not to mention the Employment Rights Bill and other things which parties opposite continue to vote against. This bill does a lot, and I will vote for it with enthusiasm, but there is still a lot more to do. There are amendments tabled with which I have a huge amount of sympathy, particularly regarding increasing the take-up and availability of free school meals. The auto-enrolment suggestions, for example, to my mind, are a no-brainer and something that I do hope the government will look at. More generally, if we're going to improve children's well-being, then we're going to have to end child poverty. This will need a whole government effort, a national effort, much bigger than this single bill or any other, and so I look forward to the report of the Child Poverty Task Force in due course, hopefully sooner rather than later. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am determined to use my time in this place to do all I can to help give every child the best possible start in life. No child should be left behind, and if we're going to achieve that, voting for this bill is a good place to start. Thank you.
Gideon Amos.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. There are good elements in this bill. In line with Professor Jay's recommendation, I agree the House must make it urgently a duty to report abuse. As my honourable friend, the member for Twickenham's new Clause 50 sets out, we also want to see the new authority established to deliver national and local inquiries into rape and culture and the like. And I fully support breakfast clubs, especially following the invention of free school meals a few years ago by the Liberal government. But these are good measures because they put the interests of the child at the centre of everything. And where the bill goes wrong is where it puts ideology ahead of the interests of the child and loses sight of those interests. So I don't support adding taxes to education, which is obviously outside the scope of this. I'm concerned about the effects on academies as well. And any conflation of children being educated otherwise than at traditional school with safeguarding concerns isn't borne out by the evidence. It is also an ideological position. which is, of course, an insult to the 110,000 children, their families, their parents, our constituents up and down the country who are doing a great job on ensuring their children are educated, whether they're home tutored or, for example, are educated otherwise. In fact, according to the local authority data published in academic research, which has been submitted to the Select Committee, only 11% of Section 47 child protection inquiries into home-educated children result in a child protection plan. That rises to 26%, so more than double for the average child, predominantly educated at school. So children, child for child, those who are educated at home, are in fact safest and least in need of protection. So it does not justify this overwhelming weight of new bureaucracy and legislation which seems to be tackling home education as a sector. Therefore, my honourable friend's new clause 48 is quite right, which should remove the burdensome and highly intrusive sanctions against those families. And unless my honourable friend, the member for Mid Dorset and North Pool's Amendment 221 is passed, the bill could, for example, allow, or would allow, grandparents reading to their grandchildren at weekends or on evenings on a regular basis to be served with a notice, demanded to respond to it on pain of a monetary penalty by a council officer who chooses to issue it. These powers are really extreme and extraordinary, Madam Deputy Speaker. Instead, we should be supporting the interests of the child. We should be supporting home-educated children and allowing them to sit exams without charging them hundreds and hundreds of pounds for the privilege. And my honourable friend, the member for Twickenham's new clause 53, would do exactly that. Without that, without provision like that, I ask the government, Madam Deputy Speaker, if there is anything they can conceive of that supports a home-educated child in this bill. There's plenty to regulate them, to control them, to expose them to perhaps rigorous inspection. There's not a single clause in the whole bill that actually supports children who are being educated at home. And why the parsimonious Treasury cannot be persuaded to simply allow them to sit exams without paying hundreds of pounds is beyond me. Well, forgive me, Madam Deputy Speaker, but I cannot fathom why a government would not want to provide for children to sit examinations. In Somerset, we have a council which has a much better proportionate approach. We have a protocol developed in partnership with home-educated families. I'm worried that that constructive approach will be swept away by some more confrontational approach that this bill ushers in. And the prospect, at the worst, of course, of a disabled child perhaps being forced back to school by a local authority officer when they have good reason to be frightened of going back to that school really cannot be right. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me now return to my Taunton Welling constituency and pay tribute to state schools like those my own children attended and the independent ones in Somerset, where, as I said, there is a constructive and more positive approach working with schools and families and local authority. I pay tribute particularly to the pupils at West Monkton Primary School who've written to me recently on their amazing plastics pollution campaign, and I completely support their bid to ban single-use plastics, which they've written to me about. And for those schools and the 5,254 children with an educational health and care plan who can't get a school place, like the family who came to my surgery on Friday, can I urge the government to do more to help those families of children with special educational needs? It is crazy that the system is preventing them from attending school when they want to. We need to see more projects like the great Special Educational Needs Centre being developed at Hatch Beecham School, which I visited recently. We need to be driven by the interests of the child, not by ideology, Madam Deputy Speaker. And finally, may I say, Madam Deputy Speaker, until the government addresses the fact that 2 out of every £3 of council tax in places like Somerset is going on care, a national responsibility, in my opinion, local services, schools and communities are going to see less and less investment in that area. That social care funding has to be tackled. It affects the whole of local government finance, including schools. And that's not good for our environment, it's not good for jobs, and it's not good for the growth of our economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a privilege to stand again in support of this bill. If we are to improve our school system for the benefit of all children, regardless of their background or educational needs, then their welfare and interests need to be at the heart of any reform. Contributions from the opposition benches have suggested that this is being done or that this can't be done without sacrificing standards in education. But this couldn't be further from the truth. It is because this government are ambitious for all children that the commitment to excellence in education is the driving force behind the measures of the bill. Because Labour know that when standards in schools drop, it is the working class children and those whose attainment levels may already be lower on paper, but that have no less impressive due to overcoming additional learning challenges that will suffer. Yeah. This bill depicts for me a cultural shift in how government approaches educational reform through delivering change in the sector through partnership and child-centred policy. The prioritisation of a child's well-being and a focus on inclusion are not woolly concepts, but the bedrock of stability that will enable all children to thrive educationally. It is not contentious to say that we currently have a fragmented school system that is letting far too many children down, and this does need to change. Children need to feel like they belong in their school and in every setting, regardless of type. They must be given the freedom to drive up standards in a way that meets the needs of their pupils and communities. And this bill goes back to the original purpose of academies, which was to share best practice and encourage collaboration in the best interests of our children. Allowing councils to open new schools to ensure that it's not just about more school places that are available, but the places are the ones best for local families and where they are needed, this is a very positive step forward. A focus on school structures alone will not help families, children or teachers alike. I want to speak specifically in support of the rollout of breakfast clubs that will lead to every child having access to a healthy meal to start the day. As the impact assessments state, these clubs will help to boost children's attendance, attainment, behaviour, well-being and their readiness to learn. And I would like to specifically commend my honourable friend, the member of Dulwich and West Norwood, for highlighting the need for any provision to take into consideration the needs of all children through Amendment 2, particularly those with special educational and disability needs. Inclusion is at the heart of this policy, and therefore adjustments will need to be made to provide the food, transport and staffing for pupils, both in mainstream and specialist provision. I also support new Clause 1 and the auto-enrolment of children for free school meals. These two amendments would support the government's mission to tackle child poverty. Unfortunately, special schools fall behind mainstream in terms of the offer to parents and pupils outside of the conventional school day. Recently, a school close to Hyndburn and Haslingden that serves many of my parents and families has shortened the school day by a whole hour against the wishes of parents, and in all honesty, I must say I found their reasoning quite unconvincing. It's going to cause chaos for families, and it wouldn't have been tolerated if it was a mainstream school. So we must do better with special educational needs and disability schools to make sure that those children get the same school standards and excellent provision that the government is working to achieve. I will.
Just on the point of SEND, one of the things that head teachers in my constituency of Carlisle report to me is that sadly the crisis that we have inherited in SEND education now means that rather than inclusion in mainstream settings, too many children with special educational needs are being offered access but no longer inclusion. And do you agree, does my honourable friend agree, that we really do need to get to grips with the SEND crisis that sadly we've inherited from the benches opposite?
Honourable friend, and clearly, looking forward to what's going to come forward, particularly on what we do to tackle and make sure that we genuinely offer truly inclusive settings and make sure that the needs of every child are at the centre of all the decisions that we take. I look forward to working with colleagues and discussing with ministers how we can continue to drive high and rising standards in all of our schools. The Secretary of State recently spoke about the sense of belonging in the classroom, which is something I'm really passionate about, where a child knows that they have the potential to achieve great things because they are valued and that their learning, however it needs to be facilitated to accommodate their needs, is seen as really important. As the ministers know and deeply understand, nowhere is there's the need for this approach greater than for those children living with special educational needs and disabilities. And I wanted to close by thanking the Minister for Early Education, who's currently on the front bench, for his encouraging words during the committee stage on the value of understanding well-being. How we could in the future chart national wellbeing could help embed this key data into policy making and commissioning going forward, both locally and nationally, to ensure that schools can drive further improvements for young people and help reverse the low levels of life satisfaction that sadly far too many of our children are experiencing and report. There is some brilliant work being undertaken on this by the Be Well project with Manchester University, and I would urge the Minister, if he's not already, to engage with them on what they're learning of how that data can help inform and improve provision for children and young people. As the Labour champion for the government's mission to break down barriers to opportunity, I've had the privilege of visiting many schools across Hyndburn and Haslingden to reflect on this priority area and see the amazing work of our teachers. And I'm proud on their behalf to support a bill that puts education back at the heart of our national life. For if we are to break that link between a young person's background and their future success, we must deliver a core guarantee of high standards with space and for innovation in every child's education so that they can drive and achieve beyond any expectation which may have been placed upon them. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
I call Adrian Ramsey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And today I will concentrate on the important arguments for supporting new Clause 34 and Amendment 173. New Clause 34 would extend the provision of free school lunches to all primary school children. And I pay tribute to the work of the Honourable Member for Stroud, who tabled this important amendment at committee with the backing of 42 honourable members, and to my honourable friend for North Herefordshire, who moved the amendment at committee. To set the context for New Clause 34, the children's charity Bernardo's is clear that we are seeing epidemic levels of poverty amongst children in the UK. Across the country, families are facing a desperate struggle to put food on the table, keep the lights on and heat their homes. Nationally, 4.3 million children are in poverty, and in my constituency of Waveney Valley, 3,920 children are growing up in poverty. That's 21% of children. This shocking state of affairs was a political choice of the last government and those who backed austerity. We should not repeat it. The No Child Left Behind campaign that underpins New Clause 34 is backed by over 250 civil society leaders, from unions to charities, from medical bodies to faith leaders, from mayors to councils. This widespread backing is unsurprising because the case for universal free school meals is overwhelming. The need for free school meals is acute. And during the pandemic, we'll all remember Marcus Rashford igniting the campaign, pointing out that we could fill 27 Wembley stadiums with the 2.5 million children that were struggling to know where their next meal might come from. This shameful legacy of child poverty continues. Poverty is embedded, and the University of Bristol research shows that 1 in 5 schools runs a food bank. This is, I am told, a figure that's even higher than the number of community food banks being operated outside of schools by Trussell and by the Independent Food Aid Network combined. The National Education Union explained that their members see the struggles of children in poverty every day, with 80% of teachers asked saying that they have provided food for hungry children out of their own pockets. One of those NEU members says, "So many of our children arrive tired and hungry. I find the issue with food so awful. I stock my school kitchen every week with fruit, cereal, milk, biscuits. The number of children who pop in to see me and ask for food has grown over the last 2 years. It is heartbreaking." A universal approach is the best policy for 3 key reasons. Firstly, it's good for children. Universal provision helps children learn, grow and thrive in school. For example, research published in November 2024 evaluating London's rollout of free school meal provision to all children attending primary state schools found the policy helped the children's readiness to learn and ability to concentrate. The Department for Education evaluation of the pilot undertaken by the last Labour government found that pupils in schools where children already receive free school meals were found to have made 4 to 8 weeks more progress in maths and English over 2 years. In this pilot, the poorest children made the most progress, reducing the attainment gap. In areas with means-tested provision, the effect on the attainment gap was negligible. On the health benefits, research published by the BMJ found that less than 2% of packed lunches meet the school food standards, so this policy is a major opportunity to increase healthy eating. The policy also reduces stigma and shame, giving pupils a better sense of belonging in schools. Means-tested provision leads to children feeling singled out and labelled as poor, impacting on their enjoyment of and engagement with school. Secondly, free school meals for all is an effective investment. The evidence shows that universal systems reduce inequality and deliver economic prosperity beyond the classroom. A cost-benefit analysis of expanding free school meals by PricewaterhouseCoopers shows that every £1 invested in universal free school meals, in return £1.71 is generated in core benefits, such as increased savings for the NHS and schools and increased lifetime earnings and contributions for young people. Other expert research also shows that the provision of universal free school meals increases pupils' lifetime earnings, with the biggest increase for the most disadvantaged children, therefore reducing inequalities for a generation beyond school. And when food is sourced sustainably, work from the Food for Life partnership demonstrated that over £3 in social, economic and environmental value can be created for every £1 spent, mostly in the form of new jobs in the local economy. And the third reason is that universal provision is more efficient. We know that providing free school meals helps end a situation where children fall through the gaps. Means testing will always miss some children and families. And in England, the draconian eligibility criteria mean 1 in 3 children living in poverty are considered too well off to access free school meals. Restrictive eligibility, complicated registration processes and stigma also blocks countless families from accessing support. Universal provision would end a situation where children fall through the gaps. Universal systems are also more efficient because they massively reduce administration. By putting an end to means testing children for food, schools get back administration time, as all children's meals will be funded together via one mechanism. Free school meals for all also eradicate problems around lunch debts. Universal policies are also easier to defend and protect from the erosion by future governments who may seek to freeze thresholds or restrict eligibility. Madam Deputy Speaker, in the UK, Wales and London are leading the way in providing free universal healthy meals at lunchtime for every child in primary school as a means of reducing inequality, not just in school, but for entire lifetimes. And England needs to catch up. And I sincerely hope that the Minister will consider building on the excellent progress on breakfast clubs contained in this bill. To conclude, this amendment makes the case for all primary school children, but I want to be clear that I and my party also support the extension of this policy to all children in school, because hunger doesn't stop at the age of 11. I aim to bring about a division in the House on this vital amendment that builds on the excellent breakfast clubs provision, and I urge all honourable members to vote for new clause 34, because we know that children cannot learn when they're hungry, and that free school dinner for all is a winning policy for the economy, for families and for children. Turning briefly to Amendment 173 on local authority consent for the withdrawal of certain children from school, home education is an option that works extremely well for some families, and indeed many children thrive in this environment. Nevertheless, for vulnerable children, there can be real dangers in dropping out of sight of public agencies. This bill therefore rightly already mandates that if the local authority has live child protection concerns about a child because they are suffering or likely to suffer significant harm, then their parent must obtain the consent of the local authority to withdraw the child from school. Our amendment extends this to children for whom the local authority has previously had concerns and taken action under Section 47 of the Children's Act 1989 in order to safeguard and promote their welfare. The NSPCC, supported by the Children's Charities Coalition, has called for this strengthening of the bill's protections to safeguard the most vulnerable children for whom withdrawing from school poses a risk to their safety and welfare. Last year, the Child Safeguarding Practice Review Panel published their analysis of serious case reviews involving children who had died or suffered serious harm because of abuse and neglect. These children were not in school at the time under the proviso of receiving an education at home. Of the 41 serious case reviews, over half, 23 of the children, were previously known to children's social care, including being subject to a child protection plan prior to the time of the incident. Under Clause 25 as it stands, children like this would not be safeguarded, which I'm sure is not the government's intention. I therefore urge the Minister to seriously consider Amendment 173 as a proportionate and necessary safeguarding measure.
I call Lizzie Collins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As a member of the Bill Committee, I have had detailed oversight of the measures this bill contains. These are vital measures for safeguarding children across the country, as well as supporting children and families with measures like free breakfast clubs, reduced school uniform costs and extra support for kinship carers. I'm thrilled that in my constituency of Morecambe and Leonsdale, 3 schools have been chosen to pilot the free school breakfast club. This will put more money back in parents' pockets and ensure that all children start the day right with a healthy meal. This bill has been subject to healthy debate both in this place and in Bill Committee. It is a strong piece of legislation and one that has been strengthened through the parliamentary process. Looking through today's order papers, I was very interested to read new Clause 1, brought by the Honourable Member for Dulwich and West Norwood, and interested in the idea of auto-enrolment for free school meals. I've had parents contact me who are eligible for free school meals but who have found the application process quite difficult and are getting passed between the school and the council. Auto-enrolment could help these children and families get the support they're entitled to from day one. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's important that children from all backgrounds have the same opportunities in life, and I welcome measures in the bill that aim to tackle inequalities. I've spoken previously about inequalities that arise from faith-based admissions to schools, where children are allocated school places based on the professed faith of their parents. Therefore, I'm pleased that the Government has confirmed the 50% cap on faith-based selection criteria to new academies and free schools. Faith-based schools are shown to be less diverse than comparable peers on a range of measures, including levels of deprivation, for example, free school meals, numbers of children with special educational needs and disabilities, and on diversity and of race and ethnicity compared with their local areas. The evidence shows clearly that faith selection is social selection by proxy. And in my opinion, selection by faith has no place in taxpayer-funded schools at all. The 50% cap on faith selection was brought in by the previous Labour government to address this problem of inequality and at least ensure some regulation of this. However, I am still concerned that new schools opened by local authorities are not subject to the same cap, and in cases of oversubscription could potentially allow 100% faith-based admission. I've raised concerns about this directly with the Minister, and I thank her for her time in discussing this with me. I'm very pleased to see that this bill takes action to tackle illegal schools, action that is long overdue. At least 7,000 children attend illegal settings. For obvious reasons, this is an estimate. Now, Ofsted have been raising this as a problem for many years because they do not have sufficient powers of entry and investigation into illegal schools. This bill fixes that, granting Ofsted increased powers of entry, as well as giving more powers to bring criminal cases against these schools and the people who run them. Many members may not be aware of what illegal schools are. They tend to be concentrated in specific local authority areas. They're usually run by religious groups who tend to be fundamentalist, extreme, high control or isolationist in their outlook. We know from former pupils of some of these schools, that in many cases they only study religious texts and receive no other form of education. Instead of having a broad and balanced education, these children are subjected to indoctrination. Children attending illegal schools have also been subjected to abuse, physical abuse, sexual abuse. This is unacceptable and these settings must be regulated. If they are unwilling to be regulated and offer a proper education, they must be shut down. I refer members to the contribution made by the Honourable Member for North West Cambridgeshire in last week's Crime and Policing Bill debate for a flavour of the attitude that high-control religious groups have towards reporting of abuse within their own communities. I must also lay on record my thanks to Humanist UK for their work exposing the dreadful practices in illegal schools over the past decade. I welcome that this Labour government have recognised the severity of these problems and have taken swift action to safeguard these vulnerable children.
I also welcome future discussions on how to manage the problem of part-time settings. Another key safeguarding measure in this bill is the advancement of regulation of home education. Now, I have been contacted by some constituents who are concerned about the new regulations on home education. The vast majority of these constituents are parents who have chosen to home educate their children due to failings within the school system, particularly for children with special educational needs. I really sympathise with these parents, and I've spoken before about how delays in getting education, health and care plans, alongside failures to implement these EHCPs, means that our children with SEND are suffering. I completely understand why some parents have taken their decision to withdraw their child from a school where their needs are not being met. Unfortunately, though, not all parents who remove their child from school are motivated in the same way or are providing a decent education. Sadly, there are too many cases where children who are classed as home educated are actually attending the illegal settings that I set out earlier, or are simply not receiving any education at all. In the worst cases, like that of Sarah Sharif, we have seen children removed from school in order to prevent detection of abuse. It's only with this bill that this can be tackled. The introduction of registers for children not in school is crucial in ensuring that children don't fall through the net. So I want to reassure...
Would the Honourable Lady accept that in the case of the tragic case of Sarah Sharif, which one of our friends on these benches has been pursuing, the killing, the murder happened in the school holidays, and that she was already known to social services. So the fact that she was, and there's not much evidence that the parents said they were going to home educate in the first place. Given all those facts, would you accept that there is actually no correlation in the data between children who are home educated and children who are ultimately judged to need a care plan?
Gentleman for his intervention, and I would like to acknowledge the complexity of that case, and the failings that Sarah saw before her death were abject across many organisations and were absolutely unacceptable. However, it is the case that she was removed from school partly so her parents could prevent the detection of that abuse. Now, I have recognised, and I will continue to recognise, that obviously this does not speak to the vast majority of people who home educate their children, but the fact is, as parliamentarians, we have a duty to protect the most vulnerable, and sometimes that includes regulating the majority who are decent, honest people. So I want to reassure parents that the new regulations, such as registers for children not in school and the capacity to compel school attendance in certain cases, are not aimed at limiting home education as a whole or about policing how people choose to educate. I will happily give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
The Honourable Lady for giving way. But the intention isn't the thing, it's the actual impact that's the thing. And if you've taken your child out of school for reasons that the Honourable Lady said, perhaps an autistic child, miserable every day, after letters to the head teacher, the local authority, failure after failure, you've forced to go into home education yourself, to have a representative of that failing local authority as far as that parent is concerned, coming in and possibly having the right to enter the home and sit in judgment on the child that you have been forced to home educate. Can she understand why parents are very fearful of this imposition, especially after so many years, successive governments failing to provide any proper support for home educators, but very happy to come forward with a hard, top-down register?
I thank the Honourable Gentleman for his intervention. I accept wholeheartedly the amount of parents of children, particularly with SEND, who have been absolutely failed by our system, absolutely failed by 14 years of Conservative government. What I don't accept, that this is somehow a major imposition, that checking that children are receiving a decent education, checking that children are safe and well cared for. I do not believe that is a major imposition on parents, and all good parents, I think, would welcome that. These measures are being put in place to protect and safeguard vulnerable children. Having no oversight of children not in school is an unacceptable risk to children's welfare. The Children's Wellbeing in Schools Bill is crucial and can't come too soon, Madam Deputy Speaker, to protect our most vulnerable children. As well as support families up and down the country with rising costs, It has the welfare of children at its heart, and I am proud to have sat on the Bill Committee and to have played a role in shaping this vital legislation. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Gregory Stafford.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Like VAT on independent schools and putting up costs through national insurance contributions, this bill is yet another example of Labour's turning children's education into an ideological battleground. I've said it before, but I'll say it again. Labour clearly hates any form of education that is not state-controlled, local authority-run schooling, and this bill is another example of it. Under the Conservatives, pupils soared up international league tables, ensuring that every child, regardless of postcode, except if you lived in Wales, received the best start in life. But Labour is intent on reversing this progress, attacking academic freedoms and dismantling a system that has delivered demonstrable results for young people. Indeed, it was a system that Labour used to champion, but now they've come back to power and they're looking to dismantle it. Most of this bill is trying to solve a problem that does not exist. Like the Employment Rights Bill last week, it is bodged and rushed through without proper scrutiny, and behind it all is the cold, dead hands of the union paymasters that fund Labour. And as I said during the Employment Rights Bill, this, we've heard it again, I'm afraid the Honourable Member has just left his place, but we heard the Jurassic Park of the unions back again. And like last week, it is not Jeff Goldblum. I'm just going to finish my analogy. It is like it's not Jeff Goldblum who's going to be savaged by the dinosaurs. It is our children. And I give way.
Gentleman for giving way. Would he accept that a member like the honourable gentleman he referenced, who has actually worked in schools as a teacher, might have a really good grasp of what happens in schools?
Well, it would be totally wrong of me, Madam Deputy Speaker, to make cast any aspersions on his teaching ability. I've not sat through a classroom, but I have to say, if it was anything like the speech I sat through an hour ago, I would perhaps be looking to find some other educational outlet for myself or my child. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, whilst I acknowledge that some of the child protection aspects of this bill are important, much of it represents a dangerous and, I would say, unnecessary centralisation of power that will harm schools, teachers and, of course, most importantly, pupils.
Exactly.
In recent meetings I've had with the Last Wednesday SEND group, as well as with home education groups across Surrey and Hampshire, there has been overwhelming concern regarding the proposed legislation. Many of those I've spoken to feel vilified for choosing to remove their children from mainstream education in favour of alternative, specialised provision, tailored to the individual needs of their children. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will take this opportunity to highlight 5 key amendments that I think are particularly important, and I do urge my fellow members to give them their full consideration. The first of which is Clause 206, about removing the requirement for all academies to follow the national curriculum. Clearly, a national curriculum can provide a broad and balanced education, but education is not a one-size-fits-all issue. The original bill seeks to stifle innovation, which is a dangerous and regressive move. And it's particularly concerning for faith schools and alternative provision settings like Pathway School, a SENS provision school in my constituency. Pathway School plays an invaluable role in educating vulnerable children, providing trauma-informed strategies alongside a high-quality, project-based curriculum. Excellent spaces like these would struggle to continue under state-imposed education strictures. New Clause 41, about the parent's right to review the curriculum. And as a parent myself, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to draw particular attention to this clause. This clause would give parents the right to review school curriculum materials to ensure their children are fairly exposed to material appropriate for their age group. I don't think it's controversial to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, that parents have a unique and intimate understanding of their children's needs, and it is only right that they have an active role in ensuring the quality and suitability of their children's education. Moving on to clauses 200 and 202 regarding home education. A key group in my constituency who have ardently opposed the state-controlled education is home educators. Home education is a provision used by many parents across Farnham, Borden, Hazelmere and Liphook because it provides a more personalised approach to learning, which in some cases benefits certain children. Now, Clause 200 mandates local authorities to submit a statement of reasons when they do not agree for a child to be home educated. Families are deeply concerned that the government's original proposals impose excessive state control over home education, failing to recognise the dedication and care home that care home educating parents provide. And the Honourable Lady opposite, in the speech I've just before mine, said, and I think I'm quoting her correctly, said, all good parents would welcome this imposition on the education. But that's simply deeply unfair to all the good home educating parents that have contacted me. They do not feel that this is a proportionate measure. They think it is a deep imposition, and they are good home educators. Now, Clause 200 is a more proportionate way to address concerns while still ensuring the accountability that the Honourable Lady opposite wanted. This is especially important for families with SEND children awaiting EHCPs, a process that can take up to 2 years. In my local area, 17% of independent school pupils receive SEND support, yet only 6% have a formal EHCP. And so therefore home education, especially in that interim gap between realising you need SEND support and receiving an EHCP, is often the best option for these children. Clause 202 removes the requirement for local authorities to approve and consent to home education of children with special educational needs. Removing these bureaucratic hurdles empowers parents to make the best decisions for their children and ensures inclusivity and equity in education. Clause 192 around the neglect and abuse in children related to home education is the next clause I want to touch on, Madam Deputy Speaker. While I strongly support home education as a valid choice, safeguarding must remain a priority. However, home educating parents, I think, rightly feel vilified by this government, which treats them as though they are inherently suspect, as the Honourable Lady opposite did, rather than recognising their commitment to their children's education. Clause 192 ensures that local authorities can withhold consent for withdrawal from school where there are concerns about neglect or abuse. The entire House was horrified by the tragic case of Sarah Sharif. But this clause is a necessary, balanced and proportionate response, far more so than the government's broader proposals, which unfairly targeted responsible home educating parents. Instead of a sweeping punitive approach, this new clause focuses directly on those children who are genuinely at risk, ensuring they remain in a monitored environment where safeguarding concerns can be identified and addressed. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill is an ideological attack on academic freedoms that will hurt the very children Labour claims to support. It imposes unnecessary constraints on schools, weakens parental choice, and undermines educational innovation. The poorest pupils will suffer the most. Academic freedoms have driven up standards, allowing schools to tailor their curricula to meet the needs of pupils. Labour's insistence on enforcing a rigid national curriculum will stifle progress and limit opportunities. Their move to weaken the academy system will leave struggling schools in limbo, harming the very children who need urgent intervention. This bill tears down 25 years of progress that has a demonstrable impact on the children that it has educated, going on to improve their educational outcomes, their life chances, their business and employment opportunities, and the benefit to this country as a whole. I urge this House to reject this damaging bill and to stand up for the best interests of our children. Let us protect parental rights, uphold educational freedoms, and ensure every child has access to safe, high-quality and inspirational education.
I call Zara Sultana.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise today in support of new clause 23, tabled in my name, that seeks to extend mandatory relationships, sex and health education, also known as RSHE, to all young people aged 16 to 18 in further education, sixth form and apprenticeship settings. Currently, RSHE is compulsory only until the end of Key Stage 4 when students are 16 years old, yet young people remain in educational training until the age of 18. This, therefore, creates a dangerous gap, a gap where thousands of young people are left without the vital education they need to stay safe and informed during a crucial and vulnerable period of their lives. Government data paints a stark picture. Statistics from the Office for National Statistics shows that 16 to 19-year-olds experience the highest rates of domestic abuse of any age group, with 8% reporting incidents in the past year. This is precisely the age when young people are beginning to explore intimate relationships, a time when they need guidance on recognising coercive control, domestic abuse and harmful behaviours. And we all know the tragic consequences of ignoring this gap. The recent case of Kyle Clifford, who murdered Carol, Louise and Hannah Hunt after reportedly being influenced by the misogynistic views of Andrew Tate, remind us that toxic narratives can take root when young people are unable to access reliable, positive education about healthy relationships and respect. This topic has also been powerfully explored by the new Netflix series Adolescence by Stephen Graham, which addresses the impact of misogynistic and harmful ideologies, particularly among vulnerable young people. The series, which I recommend everyone should watch, highlights how a lack of proper education on relationships and self-worth can leave young people susceptible to dangerous and controlling behaviour. Madam Deputy Speaker, put simply, we cannot allow harmful voices to fill the vacuum that education should occupy. Education isn't just important, it is life-saving. Providing young people with clear lessons on consent, coercive control and domestic abuse would give them the tools to be able to identify harmful behaviour and seek help when they need it. Without this, we are leaving young people across the country vulnerable to manipulation, abuse and harm. And survivors have bravely shared their stories, illustrating the tragic cost of inaction. Faustine Petron, a survivor who founded the Make It Mandatory campaign, has spoken powerfully about how education could have changed her life. Experiencing domestic abuse at the age of just 16, she said, and I quote, "If I had received mandatory education on healthy relationships and coercive control in sixth form, I truly believe I would have recognised the signs of abuse earlier and sought support before it escalated into 4 years of serious violence. Those are years I can never get back," she said, "years when I should have been just a child." Another parent who has supported the 100,000 strong online petition shared their heartbreak. And I quote this from their testimony. "My daughter ended her life in January 2022, aged just 21, because she was in a coercive and controlling relationship and was abused on every level. The perpetrator was a boy she met at school and had known since she was 12 years old." Another signatory said, "I wish I had known about coercive control at 16 when I entered an abusive relationship and stayed in it for 9 years. I thought that because there was no physical violence, it couldn't be abuse. Teenagers need educating about this." These stories are not isolated. Reports from the Everyone's Invited platform highlighted that 142 further education and sixth form colleges in England were named in testimonies of sexual violence. These shocking accounts demand urgent action. And Madam Deputy Speaker, this amendment has broad support. The Women and Equality Select Committee recommended this change in 2023. The Chief Medical Officer, the Children's Commissioner and organisations like Brooke, the End Violence Against Women Coalition and the Sex Education Forum have all called for RSHE to be extended to 16 to 18 education providers. Ultimately, this amendment is a matter of prevention and protection. It's about giving young people the tools to identify unhealthy relationships, to know where to turn to for help, and to foster respect and understanding in their personal lives. By extending RSHE to all young people in education until the age of 18, we can save lives, prevent harm, and build a safer society for everyone. So it's not just the right thing to do, it's the necessary thing to do. And so I urge members from across the House to support an amendment like this and also NC34, tabled in the name of the member for Waveney Valley, to extend free school meals to all primary school pupils, a campaign I have proudly supported for a very long time, as well as other members on this side. It is on us to ensure that no young person is left behind without the necessary education and food that they need to stay safe, healthy and empowered. Thank you.
I call Nick Timothy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I must confess I'm worried about the Education Secretary and her future employment prospects. She may share the confusion of the public and wonder if the Prime Minister is a socialist or a pragmatist, a tax and spend lefty or a quango cutter, a human rights lawyer or a war leader. But education ministers seem to have missed the latest McSweeney memo. While the reformer in the Department for Work and Pensions says she wants to get people off welfare and into work, and the reformer in the Department of Health holds up school reform and academies as the model for his changes to the NHS, the Luddites in the Education Department are taking a hammer to the machinery that has made English schools the best in the West. For this bill, along with the curriculum review, a weakened Ofsted, the threats to SATs in primary schools, the end of free schools, and weaker discipline policies, undoes decades of hard-won reform and higher standards. Madam Deputy Speaker, it should be obvious that the objective for our school system should be higher standards, and of course ministers pay lip service to that idea, but their actions belie their words. Not just with this bill, but with the appointment of an academic to run the curriculum review who has criticised past governments' quotes, obsession with academic achievement. Standards improve through the years of school reform because governments put their trust in heads and teachers, parents and the philanthropists and public servants who sponsored free schools and academies. Yeah. We followed what we understood from neurological science and research about how children learn, from work on cultural literacy to the knowledge that higher level skills are dependent on the automatic mastery of lower level activity. We turned to synthetic phonics, maths mastery, a knowledge-rich curriculum, teacher-led instruction and traditional academic subjects, and watched pupils fly. Certainly when I compare my own education to what my children are taught today, the difference is truly staggering. And yet this government wants to go back to the failed policies of the past and the failed policies that continue to this day, where standards are sadly far lower than in England, that is, in Scotland and Wales. And we know why. This disastrous journey back is what the unions demand, and it's what those on the left, in their hearts, really want. We heard during the second reading debate Labour MPs explicitly rejecting the very concept of academies and demand state-run schools. 80% of secondary schools are now academies, and Ofsted says 87% of them are good or outstanding, even though many were previously failing schools that were made academies to turn them around under new leadership. For this is an intervention that has been proved to work. Academy freedoms have given heads the space to make bad schools good. According to the Fairer Schools Index, which takes both academic achievement and socio-economic background into account, the top 5 state schools in England are all academies. Steiner Academy Hereford, McKinnell Community School, Mercia School, Eden Boys School and Eden Girls Leadership Academy. Multi-academy trusts have achieved Progress 8 schools far above the national average, with trusts like the Harris Federation, United Learning, Star Academies, Delta Academies Trust and ARC all performing strongly. The government's disregard for evidence with this bill has provoked massive anger among school leaders. The Children's Commissioner has said the government is legislating against the things we know work in schools. Catherine Birbal-Singh, the head teacher at McKinnell, has called the bill catastrophic. Sir Dan Moynihan, the CEO of the Harris Federation, simply asked, why are we doing this? If he'd like to intervene, he may. I want to say something about the bill's most damaging measures, starting with clause 42, which makes the national curriculum compulsory for all academies. Today, the interim report of the Curriculum and Assessment Review has been published, and just as predicted, the review endorses the Education Secretary's demand for a curriculum that prioritises non-academic subjects over traditional subjects such as the sciences and geography. Indeed, the review throws into doubt the future of the EBAC, which ensures a proper focus on core academic subjects. While there is value to non-academic disciplines, of course, there's only so much time in the school day. Teachers will lose the ability to prioritise what they teach, as well as how, and children risk getting less time in which they learn reading, writing and numeracy skills to an advanced level. Evidence shows that academies, such as the Lawrence Trust, have already in fact found a good balance between academic rigour and extracurricular activities. The Education Policy Institute found that the Lawrence Trust extracurricular programme led to an Attainment 8 score to be 6.2 points higher among pupils than with pupils who had attended before the programme began. And the point is that the Trust has the freedom to decide the focus of its extracurricular work. Centralised control over the curriculum will also undermine schools' ethos and character. Take the example of Marine Academy Plymouth, which has tailored its curriculum around the city's maritime history and relationship with the sea. We should be encouraging innovation, not conformity, or consistency, as I hear ministers euphemistically call it. Clauses 41, 46 and 467 in the bill remove flexibility over teacher qualifications, pay and conditions. But giving academies freedom over how they recruit, train and develop staff has led to impressive results. McKinnell hires teachers with little or no experience, but then gives them training based on its own ethos. Dixon's Trinity Academy and King's Leadership Academy have done similar. And the government is not extending the requirement in Clause 41 to recruit QTS teachers to further education, to university technical colleges, studio schools, non-maintained schools, and early years provision. So why impose it on academies? I share the concerns expressed earlier by my honourable friend, the member for Harborough, Oadby and Wigston, regarding Clause 50. This new amendment will give local authorities the power to overrule head teachers and block school expansion and even mandate the number of pupils attending an academy. This would give local politicians the power to starve academies of pupils and promote their preferred locally controlled schools. This would cut some school budgets and could even lead to closures. Instead of letting parents decide which schools thrive, this is a return to failed command and control statism. As roll numbers fall, Clause 50 will put huge power into the hands of often very ideological politicians. And for those who doubt this danger, those of us who worked with free school founders know the games councils have played with land hurriedly sold and planning applications refused to stop new schools opening. A couple of months ago in this House, the Prime Minister called academies a Labour achievement. He said, academies are here to stay and will continue to drive up standards. That is what this bill is about. But if he really meant that, I honestly wonder if he's read or understood the bill at all. I'm afraid the Education Secretary and her team, however, know exactly what they're doing. Their ideology blinds them to evidence and leaves them deaf to advice from those who know what they're talking about. This is why ministers can't admit the success of English schools in the PISA and TIMSS international rankings. The Minister gave me a frown, but she can intervene and admit the success of English schools in those rankings if she wishes. It's why when McKinnell was once again selected... I'm sorry? Would you like to intervene? No, apparently not. It's why, when McKinnell was once again the best-ranked school in the country for progress, the Secretary of State couldn't bring herself even to congratulate Catherine Beverley when I invited her to do so from these benches. It's why the Education Secretary's special advisor briefed the newspapers that Ms Beverley is a liar, and why he briefed the newspapers against Amanda Spielman, the former head of Ofsted, attacking her very personally as a failure and as a Conservative. As Margaret Thatcher, not just a former Prime Minister but a former Education Secretary, once said, if they attack you personally, it means they haven't a single political argument left. And this is the truth. The Education Secretary doesn't have a single political argument for this disgraceful act of policy vandalism. But she is determined to ignore those who know better than her and to push on. And the people who lose out, I'm afraid, will be the children from ordinary working families the length and breadth of the country, denied the best we can give them, unaware that a better and brighter future has been stolen from them, thanks to nothing more than vindictive left-wing dogma.
I call Steve Yem.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's an absolute pleasure to stand here today and support this bill, which delivers on the government's mission to break down barriers to opportunity. And it is a bill which will drive high and rising standards in school, and it will cut the cost of sending children to school for my constituents and make life easier for families in my area and stop children falling through the cracks through landmark reforms to safeguarding and to children's social care. Madam Deputy Speaker, I spoke in favour of the bill during the second reading in January. I'm pleased that the bill has not been substantially amended with reference to the issues that I spoke about. The first of those is the future profit cap, which will enable the Secretary of State to cap the profits of non-local authority Ofsted registered providers of children's homes, foster agencies and supported accommodation. This bill, as amended, will still do this. And the second aspect of the bill, which I particularly welcomed, is the introduction of free breakfast clubs in every primary school. I note that the government added Amendment 6 during committee stage, but that this amendment is a technical one, and the bill the effect on the bill will be that it will effectively remain the same provision. I know, therefore, that the breakfast club clause within the bill, as amended, will be and has been warmly welcomed by my constituents in Mansfield for many reasons, not just, Madam Deputy Speaker, because it will save families in my constituency up to £450 a year, but also because evidence shows that providing a healthy school breakfast at the start of the school day can contribute to improved readiness to learn, increased concentration and improved well-being and behaviour. And I'm therefore also pleased to see that we're wasting no time in rolling out our free breakfast clubs in primary schools, with 2 schools in my constituency in Mansfield being chosen as some of the first schools to trial free breakfast clubs in the programme. They are St Peter's Church of England Primary Academy in Mansfield and Holly Primary School in Forest Town. And so I welcome this announcement, and I was pleased to see that those Mansfield schools are part of the trial, which will allow the government to monitor what works, what needs correcting before a wider rollout across England. Madam Deputy Speaker, the government has made it clear that one of our top priorities is investing in the next generation to break down the cycles of poverty that hold our nation's progress back, and this bill clearly drives home Labour's mission to break down barriers to opportunity, and I'll be voting for it proudly on behalf of all of those children and families across the country and in Mansfield that will benefit from all of these measures.
I call Damien Hines.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm very grateful to be called in this debate, and it's been an honour to join the Bill Committee for this bill, which over many days, of course, we have considered in detail the line-by-line scrutiny. And today there are many amendments before us, many of which I support. There are important things for us to talk about here today, including on elective home education. And I thought my right honourable friend from Beverley and Holderness made some excellent points. I thought also, by the way, the honourable lady from Sheffield Central made some very important points. It's important for us to discuss the breakfast clubs provision, which on principle is a very good thing, giving breakfast to children. Why not? I think as we get closer to implementation, colleagues opposite may get more and more mail from head teachers in their school, noting that, at least in the pilot, the government is saying they're going to save parents £450 a child, but the amount of money they're going to give to schools goes down as low as £114 per child. That's clearly quite a gap for schools to make up. We'll see how they intend to do that. On uniform, and we had some good debates on this in committee, I would just gently say to colleagues over there that if they think these changes in uniform are going to automatically result in the cost of sending children to school going down because everybody will go to Asda and will get unbranded clothing, there will be no pester power, there will be no fashion competition, for example, on sportswear. I would just say to them, next time they do a school visit, go to a PE lesson and look down at the children's feet. And if you can't make it to a PE lesson, just wait for the end of the school day and stay at the school gate and look at the children's bags. Because it is not automatically the case that not having uniform items, for example, for sport, makes it cheaper. I also do hope that at some point during the passage of this legislation, the government will get rid of this bizarre anomaly where they say that in a secondary school it's all right to have a school tie as an additional item, a logoed or branded item, but not for some reason in a primary school. And there are also important new clauses for us to consider today. For example, on free school meal auto-enrolment. We had this discussion actually this morning in Westminster Hall with the Minister for Early Years. Historically, there have been barriers to doing auto-enrolment for free school meals, particularly around IT systems and around a legal basis. The IT systems issues are melting away as technology improves, and I hope this is something that the government will look at seriously. But you know, if I was to give you comments, Madam Deputy Speaker, on every clause stand part with which I have an issue, or every amendment on which I have an opinion, I would stretch, I think, even your famed patience. And so instead, I propose to take a step back and consider that what we are debating here today is more than just the 84 pages of parts 2 and 3 of this bill. It's more than the 62 pages worth of amendments. It is really a debate about the soul and about the direction of education in England. And other colleagues have mentioned this already, but this new government does have a very, very solid base to build on in terms of attainment in England with the best primary school readers in the Western world. Yes, it bears repeating. The fact that at secondary school our ratings in mathematics went under the last government from 27th to 11th, and in reading from 25th to 13th. The fact that children on free school meals became 50% more likely to go on to university than they had to. Now, those are the record of the last 14 years. They weren't the record of the previous 13, when in fact we went down the international comparison tables. And there were standout reformers in New Labour, and I pay tribute to them, starting, of course, with Sir Tony Blair, with his famous epineuxis, education, 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 but also the noble Lords Blunkett, Adonis and others. But they were always swimming against a tide on the left of politics, swimming against the tide in the Labour Party to push these reforms through. And we shouldn't exaggerate how much was achieved by the end of the last Labour government. There were a couple of hundred academies, as opposed to many thousands today. Now, what happened, of course, between 2010 and 2024 wasn't all about academies, far from it. I mean, what it really was about, and this is where it always starts and finishes in education, it was about brilliant teachers. But it was about brilliant teachers existing in an ecosystem, valuing high standards and high quality. And crucially, that combination of autonomy for schools with accountability for schools, with a knowledge-rich curriculum and proven methods like synthetic phonics and maths mastery, and schools learning from other schools, both in the hub and spoke network across the country, but also crucially within academy trusts, which became the primary vehicle for school improvement. And this improvement also needed diversity and parental choice, as the right honourable friend to my left rightly pointed out, which starts with clear information, with knowing about how children are doing at schools. And for many decades in this country, by the way, this goes back way before the new Labour reforms, there was a time when just nobody knew how many children were just being let down by schools. But we took that further, of course, and as did the Blair reforms, with clear Ofsted judgments that anybody could access readily, but also much longer judgments that those who had the ability to do so could. And Progress 8, we don't talk nearly enough about this, Progress 8, which is so much better than the measures that we used to have either on the raw GCSE attainment or the contextual value-added measures of the Labour years. And we knew that to have choice, you also had to have some spare capacity in the system, and that is why, although the previous government, remarkably, in spite of the fact that there was a known demographic need, the previous government in the years up to 2010 actually cut school places, a six-figure number of school places. We added 1.2 million more. And yes, we welcomed and we made happen the diversity of academies and free schools.
My right honourable friend.
I'll happily give way.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way, and he refers to not only the previous government but the new Labour government before that. Does he share my concern and perhaps confusion? I thought there was a consensus about academies, brought in originally under New Labour, advanced under the previous Conservative government. I thought there was a consensus on the huge benefit of academies that this government seems to be ripping up with this bill. Does he share my concern?
Well, he's certainly right that there are many brilliant, far-sighted people in the Labour Party who, over the years, have wanted to overlook whatever their political tradition might be and say we must just do what is best for the children. I don't think, in truth, it ever became a universally accepted consensus. And up until very recently, there have been groups actively organising against schools becoming academies, including leading members of the Labour Party involved in those movements. And there certainly has always been, has continued to be, a view and a strand, and it turns out perhaps to be a bigger strand, a wider strand than we realised in the Labour Party, that actually unless you've got control from the top, through councils, to individual schools being told what to do, then you have an inconsistent system. Now, we want, some consistency in education is very important, but it's not the same thing as uniformity, and it's certainly not the same thing as top-down control. But it turns out now that these ministers don't seem to want to have that transparency and choice. They didn't want that diversity. And particularly, they seem to want to curtail the school improvement performance that is possible and has been possible through academy trusts. They have already stopped new free schools. This bill can actually stop academies, not only stop them growing in size, can actually stop them staying the same size, even if they're popular with parents. And the erosion of freedoms that we all know about, starting with the QTS, qualified teacher status requirement, like it's not as if schools are going around willy-nilly recruiting people off the streets without qualifications, like a card up in Tesco saying, apply now to teach, no prior experience required, no qualification required. Of course they aren't.
Why don't they trust their teachers?
But equally, for a head teacher who's looking out for the best thing for his or her school and for those children, of course there might be a reason why you want to bring in somebody from a profession. It might be a sports. Or you might want to bring in somebody from the private sector. Or you might want to bring in somebody from another country to help with your languages programme. But no, we don't trust head teachers to make those decisions. We've got to write something into legislation. And the national curriculum, and again, it's not like schools are willy-nilly going around saying, well, we're not going to teach children English and maths and geography and history, we're just going to make it all up. And in fact, if you're an Ofsted inspected school, as all state schools are, you can't do that, because you will be judged on having a broad and balanced curriculum. The easiest, quickest way to do that is to follow the national curriculum, but there are schools who want to innovate. They want to deviate somewhat from the national curriculum, and we see no harm in that, so long as they maintain having that breadth and balance. Now, it's been said by a few colleagues that it also seems to put the cart before the horse to be saying that all schools must follow the national curriculum rigidly before we have the outcome of the review. Now, in fact, today we did have just a few hours ago, we've had a publication connected to the review, but not the final report. But actually, I think it's kind of besides the point, because whatever this review comes up with, and we must wait and see, whatever this review comes up with, first of all, the government isn't obliged to adopt it. They could adopt something else. And even if they do adopt it, this government or any subsequent government could decide to do something different. And having the ability for schools to be able to deviate somewhat gives us a safety valve. It gives a safety valve against over-politicisation of schools and what's taught in the curriculum. It gives some reassurance to faith schools and indeed to parents. So,
my right honourable friend,
I will.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend. I wonder whether you've seen Tim Lunig's article in Schools Week talking about Ofsted's new report card system following the Labour manifesto obligation then. And one of the dangers is that if my right honourable friend is right, and we do see a reduction in standards, that we could actually switch off the light which allows us to see it, because reliability and validity are in tension, as Tim Lunig puts it. And does he share my concern that we must, Ofsted must ensure that it continues to put a bright and reliable light on the education system, so we can see whether the policies in this bill work or not?
Well, I do, and my right honourable friend gives me two valuable opportunities. The first is to pay tribute to the great Tim Lunig, and we don't often talk about this house, of course, would be with friends here, but is a very, very perceptive thinker, and I will look up his article. The other opportunity my right honourable friend gives me is to highlight the discrepancy you can get between things that appear to be getting better while in fact they are not. And that is indeed what happened under the last Labour government, when in spite of us falling down the international comparisons, actually through 11 different ways that the system managed to find, they made it look like our GCSE results were improving year after year. We don't want that to happen again, and so I ask to the benches opposite, there were those champions in the new Labour years who made these great reforms happen, and who would want to continue them now. But where are the champions today? Where are those in the modern Labour Party who are going to say, no, we're not going to be bound by ideology. We're going to do what's in the best interests of the children. I hope there will be some of those champions in the other place. To be fair, I was mildly encouraged this morning to hear on the radio the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, when questioned about the fate of this bill, to be, let us say, he appeared to be somewhat open-minded about what might happen. To be fair, I've even been slightly encouraged by listening to the Secretary of State for Education in recent days and weeks, who has sounded like she might be a little bit open to rowing back from some of the worst excesses of this legislation. There is still time. There will be weeks of this legislation going through the other place. And I would just ask the government, please, to take that time, to think very carefully about the legacy that they will be leaving, and to turn those words into deeds.
I call Chris Vins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the ministers for coming forward today. And it's an honour to have an opportunity to speak on behalf of my constituents, but on behalf of my former colleagues in the teaching profession, on the Children's and Welfare Bill. The quality of teaching is the single biggest driver of standards in schools. So the bill will ensure that all teachers have or are working towards qualified teacher status. And as a former teacher, I absolutely welcome this. I think it's fair to say, from the chuntering I've been doing from this bench, that I feel very passionate about education. And I do find it difficult listening to members opposite, because I do recognise that members opposite generally care passionately about education. Sadly, my experience of teaching under their government was very different to the way that they describe it. And I would once again ask the Minister to recognise that she is inheriting a workforce in the education system that is absolutely at rock bottom. I would also add, however, and I would be very clear to members opposite, that I absolutely put the well-being of children and the education of children above any politics. And actually, for me, when I talk about the education of young people, I don't just talk about examinations. I talk about what we in teaching described as the hidden curriculum, those life skills that are so important. And I got quite animated when I spoke in a debate in this very spot a month ago about the importance of financial education as well. But as I said, for me, a well-qualified teacher who still has a joy about education and hasn't been sucked out of him by the endless barrage of comments in the press, and I have to say, a revolving door of Conservative education secretaries. However, as an olive branch to the member for East Hampshire, I would add, I was just about to say something nice about the honourable gentleman. Yeah, I think you'll allow this, right? And as an olive branch to the member for East Hampshire, he was probably one of the better ones. Okay. Throwing myself now. Look, however, I also want to recognise that the young people who are going through the education system at the moment have been impacted negatively by something even worse than a Conservative government. And that is the terrible pandemic. Yep. And I think we all have to recognise the impact that that's had on the young people that are going through the education system now. We know that they are less resilient. We know that they've having more and more, and as people know, it's something I'm very passionate about, and I will talk about it in a moment. And I absolutely thank the Minister for attending my Westminster Hall debate on young carers last Thursday, and I thank all members from across the House who attended and contributed to that debate. We know that there are more and more young people that are having to be young carers for their parents, for their family members, for their loved ones, and that's really important to take into account. We know that young carers are on average likely to miss more school than their peers, and I recognise the importance of this bill in actually recording absences of young people to ensure no young people fall through the gaps. And that includes young people who are home educated. Now, on the not being too political point, you know, I went through education. I became a teacher because Sir Tony Blair said education, education, education. He said that being a teacher was a really valuable and noble profession. I went, he's right, it is. That's his biggest... I don't think that the former member for Surrey Heath put it quite the same way when he said that all teachers were the majority of teachers were letting down the young people that they teach. And that's why I want to come on to reform and recognise that moving away from the ideological politics of reform, sometimes reform can be good, sometimes reform can be bad. And sometimes good reform can be bad because of the way that it's implemented. And as a former teacher, I can tell you very much. If you go up to a student that you teach, if you go up to a student that I teach, or the honourable members teach, I shouldn't say you, and tell them they're not doing a very good job, it doesn't make them do a better job. No. And actually, when you look at reform in education, it's hugely important that we take educationists, teachers, support staff along with us. And that's something I'm afraid I don't think the last government did. So I believe that this bill goes back to the original purpose of academies, to share best practice and encourage collaboration in the best interest of children. I was told that I needed to talk about amendments in this particular debate. So very briefly, I'll talk in support of Government Amendment 156, which focus on the importance of ensuring that all schools are run by a fit and proper person. And I think we'd all agree that's obviously a no-brainer. And also, I'd like to refer to, and I can't find the right page, which is slightly...
Will the honourable gentleman accept an intervention?
I will.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Several points during today, we've been transported by members on the opposite benches to a sort of nirvana of education that existed under the Tory government. That's not the memory I had, or that many parents or children had. I think they remember real terms funding cuts for much of the last 14 years, increasing class sizes, millions of days lost to industrial action by unions who are fed up with the hectoring nature of previous Conservative governments, 11% of children going hungry compared to the 8% OECD average, and PISA rankings are all very well and good, but PISA scores going down just not as fast as in other countries?
I thank my honourable gentleman. I think my honourable friend. I think he paints a picture that I can reflect on more than the one that was painted by members opposite. I would just say, shortly after the election in August, I met with a couple of former teacher colleagues who were still in the profession, and they just looked broken. And it was really difficult to see, because these are two teachers who've been maths teachers for a long period of time, who in fact were probably two of the teachers that really inspired me when I first became a teacher to sort of persevere, to reflect on the bad days, but build and have better lessons. And to see them so fed up and so just disenfranchised with being teaching was really, really difficult. And I think that's something we've really got to change. And I will emphasise again to the Minister, it's really important that we ensure that we support young, sort of teachers' mental health. And the point I was going to make to the member opposite when I was going to intervene was just that would he not recognise, or would the House not recognise, that actually happy and supported teachers lead to happy and supported young people, and those things are really important. I will not. I'm going to finish really, but I just wanted to just very quickly mention Government Amendment 166 and 167, which talks about data protection never getting in the way of safeguarding. I think one of my most difficult days as a teacher, and it has nothing to do with the Conservative government, you'll be pleased to know, was when a young person in my class came to me at the end of the lesson and said those terrible words that every teacher dreads, which is, "I need to tell you something." And obviously I explained to her, as you do with any safeguarding, that this cannot be confidential. And despite that, she made a disclosure. I'm not going to go into it, obviously. And then begged me not to tell anyone. And obviously that's not an option if you're a teacher, obviously, or anyone in a position like that. And it was heartbreaking to see how upset she was, but obviously I reported it in the correct and proper way. So clearly safeguarding is really important. It's something that I know all professionals take very seriously, and all professionals, not just in education, but anyone that works with young people. And clearly data protection and GDPR should not get in the way, or I should say, sometimes, quite often, myths about GDPR and data sharing should not get in the way of ensuring that our young people are safe in education and outside of education. And to finish on a lighter note, because I appreciate I've got a little bit deep there, to the member for Beverley and Holderness, who was discussing earlier the educational merits of having an ice cream, I would say to him, a third pi r squared h is the area of a or the volume, I should say, of a cone.
Vicky Slade.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the last speaker for schooling me in maths. I'm not very good at that. I'd like to begin by expressing my strong support for the overall Children's Welfare in Schools Bill, particularly its efforts to enhance child protection and ensure better collaboration between professionals in children's social care. And I welcome measures in Part 2 which seek to harmonise admissions and provide support for the cost of living for families, especially those from deprived backgrounds. Parents whose children are in state-funded education deserve transparency. They should have access to clear information about their child's education and be assured that the schools and trusts are operating fairly. And I look forward to the areas not in this bill coming forward that are really going to make the difference for children, such as the child poverty strategy, the SEND review and the curriculum review. But there is one part of this bill that I believe needs to be amended, and that is the level of scrutiny, unnecessary scrutiny, that's being imposed on parents to choose to home educate their children. Rather than protecting them, elements of this proposed register risks putting these families in danger. Let me be clear, I support the principle of the register. Local authorities, as corporate parents, need to know where children are if they're not attending school. Collecting some information and the reasons for elective home education is important, not only for child protection, but also so authorities can plan for the future. We know that some children who are home educated later return to school, and many parents make this choice because the local education provision does not meet their child's needs, either temporarily or permanently. This presents an opportunity for local authorities and multi-academy trusts to work collaboratively with those families to ensure that curricula and school offerings are inclusive of their needs. But Section 436C, which governs the content and maintenance of the Home Education Register, contains provision that could have serious unintended safeguarding consequences, as already suggested by the Honourable Member from Sheffield Central. Under Clause 25, Section 434A, the local authority must serve notice to both parents unless exceptional circumstances apply. For instance, Madam Deputy Speaker, in cases of domestic abuse or family estrangement. Yet Section 436C under Clause 26 requires the register to include the name and home address of the child, both parents' names and addresses, and the addresses of all places where education takes place. Crucially, there is no provision for exceptions in cases where sharing this information could put children at risk. One of my constituents, whose name I will protect for obvious reasons, told me, "Since 2018, I have managed to keep my home address private from my ex-partner. Throughout the court case, I was supported to keep my address private, and it was never included in any document he would have access to. This register will hand him our home address, details of my new relationship, the names and addresses of my new partner's parents who will support me. It will hand them the address of every activity my child attends. This proposed register essentially hands him motivation, evidence, licence and opportunity to continue his coercive controlling behaviour. Currently," she goes on to say, "we are safe. My daughter is known in the home education community. She is not hidden. She is not missing education. But this bill will put her in danger. It will put me in danger. It will put my baby with my new partner in danger. The current provisions of this bill will not increase our safety, and I have no doubt there are hundreds of other mothers in the same position across the country." Chilling indeed. To address this, Amendment 175, introduced in my name, provides the same safeguarding expectations already present in Section 434A, removing the requirement to provide sensitive information where there is a known risk to a child. I'm also concerned about the excessive reporting requirements included in the register, other than the reference to ice creams. While basic information is useful for future planning, Section 436C subsection 1E goes much further, requiring details of all individuals involved and a full list of all activities. This not only places an unrealistic burden on families, but is also impractical for local authorities to manage. And if we break down what's being asked, it would mean that parents must report a neighbour who teaches their child to cook or sew, a local farmer who introduces their children to their environment through hands-on experiences, swimming lessons, museum visits, or even regular nature outings with other home educating families.
Would you accept an intervention?
Of course.
I thank my honourable friend for accepting the intervention. Would she also accept in this vein that, as I mentioned, grandparents reading to their children can be considered home education, and they should be inspected and reported upon. But also, vital home education groups that are provided free of charge could be driven out of business by the scale and weight of reporting they'd have to provide.
I thank the Honourable Member for his intervention, and I think a lot of people who don't know anything about home education miss the fact that there is a whole community of home educators. Those children spend plenty of time with their peers. They're just different peers. Other peers that prefer to have their education done outside of a school environment, and there is a risk to those organisations being driven underground or lost altogether. Under Section 7 of the Education Act 1996, parents already have a duty to ensure that their child receives a suitable education, whether through school or otherwise. And local authorities can already conduct informal inquiries and issue school attendance orders if they believe a child is not receiving an appropriate education. So this is just simply overkill. A formal register would help to ensure accountability, but this is an overreach. So my Amendment 221 proposes a more practical solution, requiring only those who provide more than 6 hours per week of education or activity to be included in the register, striking a reasonable balance, ensuring that key educators are identified without overwhelming families or local authorities. And while there are genuine safeguarding concerns, local authorities already have the power to intervene under Section 47 of the Children Act 1989, and the Victoria Columbier Foundation actually stated that this act would have done nothing to help Sarah Sharif because the local authority had already decided that that child was not at risk. Would you like me to give way?
I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady for giving way. I hope colleagues in the other place will follow up on the Honourable Lady's excellent speech. Focus in on this. If a register, which the Honourable Lady supports, I don't, but if it does go ahead, it should start with the minimum requirements and then could be expanded if needed, rather than this spread out position. And I also, just to reinforce the point she makes, local authorities already have the power to intervene if it appears to them that someone isn't having a suitable education, and has all the powers that is required if there are concerns about welfare. So conflating welfare and education, the way this bill does, is something which particularly irritates and upsets home educators.
I thank the Right Honourable Gentleman for his intervention. In fact, Catherine from my constituency wrote me a very long email talking about welfare versus this, two totally separate issues, and they're really upset, and they would have been devastated and distraught to hear the member from Morecambe and Lonsdale effectively make them feel like they were some sort of pariahs. I was really upset to hear that, especially as I did ask my home educators to listen to this debate and give me their feedback. I also want to support the amendments submitted by the Honourable Member for Sevenoaks, Amendments 195 and 197, seeking clarity that educational activities outside of regular school terms should not be subject to this overreach. My children aren't subject to them. Children in home education should not be subjected to anything more than the rest of us. And those children receiving education out of school should have the same rights to take their public examinations as their peers. It should not be based upon a parent's ability to fund this. After all, the Treasury is already saving many thousands for every child who is home educated, so this token of support to parents covered under New Clause 53, submitted by my friend the Honourable Member for Twickenham, providing a child to sit any relevant examination and to be fully funded where requested. I do want to thank the Minister for her confirmation. As I sat here this afternoon, I received a letter to say that the challenges faced by summer-born children are going to now be considered, and I want to pass on the thanks, so I'll save the rest of it for you. I was not going to speak about academies, but as I've sat here for the last several hours, I've received 2 more emails relating to them, in particular concerns about their governance. And whilst I heard the challenge from those on the Conservative benches about the comments from the Honourable Member for Montgomeryshire and Glyndŵr, thank you, about teachers, I cannot tell you how many times I'm getting complaints about the way staff and whistleblowers are being treated in multi-academy trusts. Whilst I've sat here today, I have heard of another been suspended by a multi-academy trust. This isn't about them getting better treatment, it's about them getting worse treatment. And if the teachers are being treated badly and they're leaving the sector, that impacts on our children. So it is about the children, not just about the teachers. In summary, whilst I support the principles of the bill, I urge the Government to consider the amendments about excessive and potentially harmful requirements imposed on home educating children. They're common sense amendments, and they do allow children to be protected without placing undue burdens on families.
I call Kim Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise in support of this bill and in support of the amendments that seek to increase access to free school meals. A policy that would make a world of difference to the 1 in 2 children living in poverty in my Liverpool Riverside constituency, the most deprived constituency in the country. But I also want to pay tribute to the amazing teachers in all of the schools in Liverpool Riverside that go above and beyond every single day, not only for the children but for their parents. And research last summer showed that nearly 1 in 5 households with children were suffering from food insecurity. This made worse by cruel and punitive policies like the 2-child cap on benefits. Universal free school meals would go a huge way towards immediately alleviating the pressures that these families are facing. In the 6th richest country in the world, no child should go to school hungry, and all children should be supported to achieve their full potential. 47% of children living in my Liverpool Riverside constituency now live in poverty. And if these children lived in London, Scotland or Wales, they would have access to universal free school meals at primary school. However, because they live in Liverpool, many are forced to learn on an empty stomach. This is indefensible and unfair, and the government should take the opportunity that this bill presents and put an end to the postcode lottery and extend free school meals for all so that no child goes hungry and no child is left behind. The evidence is clear. The impact of universal free school meals is life-changing. Research has found it eases the financial burden on families, helps children focus in class, and reduces stigma and fosters stronger school communities. It far outstrips other policies in all of these areas, including breakfast clubs and means-tested free school meal schemes. Teachers in my constituency have told me about the devastating reality that they see every single day. Children coming to school unable to buy lunch, unable to concentrate or learn properly. No matter how bright a child is or how amazing a teacher is, hungry children cannot learn. The problem is not just who qualifies for free school meals, but also how many eligible children are missing out. Up to 250,000 children who should be receiving free school meals are not, due to a system that is inefficient, overly complex and burdensome for parents and schools alike. Families struggle with complicated registration forms, language barriers and a lack of awareness. Some parents avoid applying due to stigma or embarrassment. The income threshold, £7,500, is incredibly low and hasn't risen for many years. Too many families living below the breadline are ineligible to access the support they need, and this desperately needs to change. Providing free school meals would not only guarantee at least one hot meal per day, but also ease the financial burden on struggling families by saving them approximately £500 per child per year. Studies show that fewer than 2% of packed lunches meet school food standards, whereas a hot school meal ensures children receive the nutrition they need to grow, concentrate and succeed. Research has shown that well-fed children perform better academically, and early findings suggest that children from non-white communities or single-parent households are disproportionately unregistered despite being entitled. We should also see this as an investment in our future. Universal free school meals are proven to tackle health and educational inequalities, providing long-term boost for our economic productivity and alleviating pressures on our health care systems. And if we choose today to spend the money to roll out universal free school meals to all children in primary schools, for every £1 we spend, we would generate 1.71 in core benefit returns. It's a no-brainer. We must put an end to the economically illiterate models of arbitrary fiscal rules and recognise that the evidence shows that investing in our children's future is a sensible financial choice as well as a just choice. And after 14 years of Tory austerity, skyrocketing inequality and the lasting effects of the pandemic, now is a time for bold action. If this government is truly committed to raising the healthiest generation of children ever, then we must start by funding universal, nutritious, free school meals for all. We have an opportunity to end the scandal of child hunger in our schools and give every child the foundation they need to learn and thrive. And I call on the government today to get behind these amendments so that no child in this country is left hungry and no child is left behind. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise today in support of this amendment. Especially I would like to talk to clauses 27 and 43 and to new clause number 1, as proposed by the Chair of the Education Select Committee, the member for Dulwich and West and Norwood. I would also like to agree with my honourable friend about my truth of education over the last 20 years being far different from the experiences and the views that I hear represented on other benches. At this point, I must refer to my members and my partner's register of interest. In a previous life, I raised a motion at North Warwickshire Borough Council to convene a multi-agency meeting to tackle knife crime in our local schools. In one school, 17 sharps had been found in a school bag. I'm told that that search saw school bouncers, large men in black suits and ties, stripping through students' bags, removing sanitary products from girls' bags in public corridors. Now, I appreciate that knives in schools need strong measures, but what really baffled me, the reason why we called a motion into council, was there was no police involvement, no oversight and no accountability from school authorities. At that time, the school involved was also the one with one of the highest exclusion rates and persistent absenteeism in the country, and it's not really hard to understand the link. A friend of mine, a girl I will call for this speech, Rosie, attended the school and was thriving, attending regularly and getting on well. She was threatened by a classmate with one of these sharps. The culprit was excluded for 3 days and then put back in the same class with Rosie. Unsurprisingly, she was quite uncomfortable with this decision by the school. Still, no accountability, no changes from the school. How on earth can a child be expected to focus on their learning when they're scared for their own safety? We teach children from 2 years of age to listen to their instincts, and if it feels wrong or unsafe, it probably is. When Rosie became too anxious to attend school, things escalated. Following an attempt to take her own life, a supportive plan was put in place by the school. That supportive plan also involved the threats of fines and penalties to the mother if Rosie did not engage with the school's plan. Rosie's mum was forced into making an impossible choice between potentially putting her daughter in harm or paying a fine that she could ill afford. One day we did manage to get Rosie into school. Reassured, coaxed, supported, bribed, maybe even coerced Rosie to go to school that day. An hour later, she arrived home in a taxi because she had made a minor uniform violation. She did not go back to that setting. As a teacher with 20 years at the chalk face, I do welcome many of the movements to improve attendance in our schools. But there are better ways than fines and penalties. And in the case where a 14-year-old girl would rather die than attend her school, there are other issues that need to be addressed. The positive impacts of good attendance in our schools have drastic and lifelong implications and should provide support for children facing challenges, but our schools first have to be safe. They need to be the solution, not part of the problem. And I welcome the phrase, when it is in their best interests. And I hope in deciding their voices that the families are heard. Many of the families whose children are not in education and remain at home, like Rosie, a considerable number of my home-educated families tell me it's because the schools cannot meet the needs. I would also like to speak to new Clause 1 around the auto-enrolment for school meals. And this isn't just about food, although healthy food is incredibly important when areas like Camp Hill in Nuneaton, with over 40% of children living in poverty. Access to free school meals funding is a gateway to other support, uniform grants, holiday hungers, but crucially, it provides additional funding for schools to provide pupil premium activities. And disadvantaged children in Nuneaton is twice as likely to not achieve national averages in English and maths by the age of 11 as a child not facing similar disadvantages. Pupil premium funded is designed to be used to not only provide specific interventions, but also to give these children access to the capital culture that they cannot afford. Apologies. In my constituency, there are schools that have not been rated good or better by Ofsted in over a decade. I don't judge schools by Ofsted judgments alone, but a 50% or less pass rate in English and maths alone is a damning indictment when 50% of pupils do not achieve the basic requirements that they need to enter into further education. That a generation of children delivered to the world of work underskilled and underpaid. And this bill, I believe, will start to turn around those journeys to protect and uplift education for the children in my constituency. This bill will strengthen the role of families and educator in child protection teams, improve information sharing between partners. This bill will provide cheaper, more accessible school uniforms and require academies to make provisions for improving behavioural standards so that situations like the one previously explained should never happen again. It should provide safer learning spaces that have the ability to step in early when situations are failing to meet our high expectations. This bill has the potential to transform the educational offer in Nuneaton and truly give our children their futures back. Well done.
I call Emma Llewellyn-Buck.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak to New Clause 6 in the name of Children's Food Champion, my honourable friend from Washington and Gateshead South, and amendments 2012 to 2020 in my name. I also want to put on record my support for my honourable friend's New Clause 1 and the honourable member for Twickenham's New Clause 7, my honourable friend's New Clause 49, and it will come as no surprise that I'm also a fan of New Clause 34. Because thanks to the last government, over 4 million children are in poverty. And I will always support anything that makes their little lives and that of their families more bearable. My honourable friend for Washington Gateshead South's New Clause would introduce a much-needed national monitoring system for school food. Of course, school food standards already exist, but not all schools are meeting these standards. There is far too much variance. There are some brilliant examples of hot, healthy, nutritious meals that fuel children for the rest of the school day. And then there are other examples where unhealthy fizzy drinks and fried food are the norm. 60% of secondary schools have been found to not follow the school standards at all. A study from Impact on Urban Health shows that there are significant differences between what is mandated by the school food standards, what happens on menus and what actually ends up on plates. There is far too much free rein. There is no mechanism for school food standards to be checked against what pupils are being served. My honourable friend's New Clause would end the postcode lottery of school food so that standards no longer just exist on paper but also on our children's plates. The amendments in my name all relate to strengthening school breakfast club provision. After years of pushing my school breakfast bill, there was no one happier than me when the Labour government legislated for school breakfasts. And it is great to see that 3 of those pilots are in schools in my constituency. 2.7 million children live in food-insecure households. The previous government's National School Breakfast Programme is missing 86% of these children. Most of them will have arrived at school ready to learn, but with a known hunger in their stomachs. Their day is marked with that persistent worry that comes with hunger, a worry that will permeate their entire school day. This has a significant impact on their learning, because hungry children do not learn, no matter how bright and determined they are, and no matter how amazing or dedicated their teachers are. Numerous studies have shown the links between nutrition and cognitive development. Hungry children suffer developmental impairments, language delays, and delayed motor skills, not to mention the psychological and emotional impact, which can range from withdrawn and depressive behaviours to irritable and aggressive ones. I have always believed, Madam Deputy Speaker, in the transformational power of education. It's certainly not standard for children from my background to end up in this place, so the power of a good education can never be underestimated. And the food that fuels that ability to learn and develop should never be understated. These clubs will ensure that socio-economic status is less of a deciding factor in good educational outcomes, and it will help realise the full potential of our breakfast clubs if my amendments are adopted. There exists no provision in the bill to monitor or measure the success of school breakfast provision. It is difficult to scrutinise the efficacy of any policy if there is never any analysis of it. Pupil premium, free school meals eligibility and income deprivation affecting children index are good indicators of the very children who will need these clubs the most. So any policy should be measured by its impact on these groups, so we know that those who are most in need are also benefiting. And more worryingly, without proper data to prove the success of the policy, a future government may decide to scrap it altogether. That is why Amendment 212 is so important. Not all staff are nutritional experts, and some will have never delivered school breakfast provision before, so it's right that they have on hand the right advice, and why a more mixed model and flexible approach is needed from the government. Amendments 213, 216, 217 and 218 would achieve this. The flexibility shown in the models adopted by Magic Breakfast has resulted in a take-up of 375% more than in non-Magic Breakfast schools. Yet this bill requires that only one model, the traditional breakfast club, is delivered. That is one held in a canteen for 30 minutes before the start of the school day. At the moment, many schools already use different models of breakfast clubs, ones that suit particular schools such as classroom breakfasts, grab-and-go takeaway models, nurture groups and late provision. A rigid model of delivery will have less success, and schools who cannot fit that model will feel they have to be exempt from delivery. Amendments 2014 and 2015 would ensure that if a school did seek exemption from the government school clubs, other models had been considered. Now, I know the Minister knows that when it comes to SEND schools, they often cater for pupils from primary and secondary on the same site. This means that in those schools, some children will be excluded from school breakfast clubs. I know from discussions with dedicated teachers and school staff in my own constituency that they will not allow their pupils to be disadvantaged in this way. So it is likely they will use their already tight budgets to make sure older pupils also get that nutritious, healthy start to their school day. Adopting 219 would only apply approximately to 100,000 pupils in England. That is a modest 2.22 increase in the policy if all of those children took this offer up. And we know that is unlikely because the number of pupils with complex needs do not always require the same food provision accessed by other pupils. But for those who do, it is right that they should have the same nutritious start to their day as other children whom they share a school site with. I am of course pleased there is finally at long last legislation for school breakfasts, but it is absolutely essential that we get this right. My amendments will do just that, and I know my honourable friend will have carefully considered them, and I look forward to her comments at the close of this debate.
Shadow Minister Neil O'Brien to Wayne.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And with the leave of the House, and we've had an excellent debate this afternoon, as we did during Bill Committee. I'll pick out only a few of the contributions. We had important words from the Chair of the Select Committee, who pointed out how quickly this bill had been prepared and pushed through. That is why we've got so many amendments today at report stage. It's also, to be honest with you, Madam Deputy Speaker, one reason why this bill has run into such trouble. My honourable friend from Beverley and Holderness gave a great speech drawing on his experience as the Chair of the Select Committee. And the honourable member for Sheffield Central gave an excellent speech, really laying out why the provisions on homeschooling are an excessive burden and do go too far. We all agree about making sure that people aren't just not in school, but the provisions really are overly burdensome. And members from Taunton and Wellington, Mid-Dorset, Northpool and lots of Conservative colleagues pointed out the same thing. I say my jaw hit the floor when I first read the bill and saw the provisions which treat the parents of people in special schools the same as people who are being investigated by social services. These people are not criminals, they're not doing the wrong thing, and sometimes they need to move caste to look after their vulnerable children. I do hope that the government will think again on that in the other place. I'm happy to give way.
I'm grateful and I agree with him on the point about special schools. Additionally, in January at Public Bill Committee, he raised the point about local authority consent for some children to be withdrawn from school and made the point that it should be extended from children who are subject to a child protection plan to children who are regarded as a child in need. Why is the opposition not moving that to a vote today?
You have a limited number of things that we will be able to move to a vote, but I hope that as we go to the debate in the other place, I think we are in complete agreement on the excessive nature of some of these requirements that are being put on homeschoolers. But we must not treat as illegitimate just because they choose to educate their children a certain way. My honourable friend from Ruislip, Northwood and Pinner took us on a rather bleak journey using his huge experience from the early Blair years and their reforming agenda to the regress that we see now. My honourable friend from Farnham and Borden explained why it was such a mistake and took us through the bill in bleak detail. Now, I don't always agree with the honourable member from Coventry South, but I do on Andrew Tate, who I regard as totally abhorrent, and I'm glad that my friend, the Shadow Justice Secretary, is leading the charge to get the Tates deported to this country so they can face justice here. I find their work utterly abhorrent. My brilliant friend from West Suffolk contrasted the reforming rhetoric, at least, that we see in other departments with a rather retro agenda in DFE. And my right honourable friend from East Hampshire, who has done so much work during the Bill Committee, gave us another brilliant and witty speech. And he talked about how Labour reformers had always been swimming against the tide, and I think that's right. He also talked about the free school meals, the free school breakfast numbers that the government used, and this claim that it's going to save parents £450. Now, this is a very mysterious figure, because if you want to give £450 to every primary school child, that will cost you north of £2 billion, but the government are spending £33 million. So they are two orders of magnitude apart. And why will the government not publish the workings behind this figure? I think it is, in truth, Madam Deputy Speaker, because the source is the back of a Spad's fag packet, if I'm completely honest with you. The honourable member for Harlow gave a good speech, and the thing I absolutely agree with him about is the importance of teaching. It's one of the most noble things you can do with your life, one of the best things you can do. And all of us as MPs, we'll go to do school visits, and you do an hour of highly energetic chat with people in Year 6, and you realise the energy you require to be a teacher and to keep that up all day. So I absolutely pay tribute to those who are doing this noble work. But I thought one of the ways, one of the most interesting speeches this afternoon was actually one from the member for Montgomeryshire in Glyndŵr. Now, various members opposite said that things under the last government were not nirvana, and that's right. And various people said that there were more things to fix, and that's right, true. We absolutely agree with that. But the honourable member said that things were so much better in Wales because they had avoided the Blair-era reforming agenda, they've avoided academies, they got rid of league tables for a time, they're still using other methods like queuing rather than phonics and so on and so forth. But let's just have a look at the numbers on what that has done. The PISA tables show that under the last government in England went from 11th to 9th on science, 19th to 9th on reading, 21st to 7th on maths. Huge increase. In Wales, the best bit was on maths, where they went from 29th to 27th. They were flat at 28th on reading and collapsed from 21st to 29th on science. A pretty dismal record, really. And I would encourage those who want to say that things are brilliant in Wales to read a searing report by the Institute for Fiscal Studies, known for their mild-mannered work, known for their very cautious judgments. Now they say, and I will quote them, PISA scores declined by more in Wales than most other countries in 2022, with scores declining about 20 points, equivalent to 20% of a standard deviation, a big decline. This brought scores in Wales to their lowest ever level, significantly below the average for OECD countries and significantly below those seen across the rest of the UK. Lower scores in Wales cannot be explained by higher levels of poverty. In PISA, disadvantaged children in England score about 30 points higher on average than disadvantaged children in Wales. This is a large gap. Even more remarkably, the performance of disadvantaged children in England is either above or similar to the average for all children in Wales. Disadvantaged children in England doing better than all children in Wales. And the IFS also point out that the disadvantage gap is bigger in Wales. And they conclude, the explanation for lower educational performance, they say it is not ethnicity, it is not deprivation, it is much more likely to reflect long-standing differences in policy and approach, such as lower levels of external accountability and less use of data. And that is the damning indictment of the IFS. As Adam said, facts are stubborn things. We've seen what this agenda does in Wales, and it is a disaster, and those who are the most deprived are the ones who lose out the most. And that is why this afternoon we are going to be pushing our amendments to protect academy freedoms and to protect the ability of good schools to grow and to protect parental choice. This bill shifts power from parents to politicians, and we will always resist it. We will be moving to a vote now to stop this destructive agenda which has failed in Wales and will fail in England too.
I call the Minister, McKinnell. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you to all honourable members who have contributed to the debate today, some of which have been incredibly well considered and very powerful as well in their delivery, others less so. This government's mission is to break down barriers to opportunity by driving high and rising standards, and that has to be the right of every child, delivered through excellent teaching and leadership, a high-quality curriculum, and a system that removes barriers to learning that hold too many children back, all underpinned by strong and clear accountability. This bill delivers the legislative elements of this broad and wider vision that we are determined to deliver. As part of that, from next term, free breakfast clubs will start to roll out in early adopter schools across the country, including special schools and alternative provision settings. So, honourable members bringing forward amendments 219 and 220 are quite right to say that it is critical that the new breakfast clubs are accessible to children with special educational needs and disabilities. All pupils, including those with SEND and in special schools, are already in the existing drafting of this clause. So ensuring we get this right is why we are testing and learning through the early adopter programme. On amendments 214 to 215, 217, 218, it's important to be clear on the distinction between food-only options being alongside or instead of the breakfast club. The club is as important as the breakfast. The club gives children a settled start to the day. It will secure those improvements in attendance and behaviour and attendance. So the right approach here is to legislate to give schools certainty of the minimum they need to provide and to work with early adopters to see how schools can maximise the attendance at these clubs. To promote food-only offers may risk undermining the club element of the offer. But let's be clear, the legacy we have inherited from the previous government is a shameful one. Compared to when Labour last left office, 700,000 more children are growing up with their lives and their life chances scarred by poverty. Children cannot achieve, they cannot thrive if the stresses and strains of growing up in poverty, of seeing their parents worried about putting food on the table, of concern for their younger siblings, or whether their friends will judge them for not having the basics, are put onto their shoulders. I know my honourable friends share this government's concern for these children and their futures. We've set up the Child Poverty Task Force, chaired by my right honourable friend, the Education Secretary and the Work and Pension Secretary, to look at how we can work across government to tackle the causes and impacts of poverty on the lives of children. The support government provides through its school food programmes to enable families to access healthy nutrition food is being considered as part of this work. And it is right that these considerable reforms, such as extending universal infant-free school meals to all primary pupils, are considered through this route in a very holistic way. Alongside the work of the task force, we're making progress now to make it easier for families to access their entitlements. And I recognise the concern honourable and right honourable members have for children missing out. The government is pressing ahead with making it quicker and easier for both families and local authorities to get children signed up for free school meals with our new eligibility checking system, which allows parents to check their own eligibility and supports the local effort we have to ensure that children receive this support. Further, I can confirm that our officials are working with the Government Digital Service in the Department for Science, Innovation and Technology to explore options on the further data sharing that we can do to get more families signed up for their entitlements. We expect to have these provisions in place from next year, well ahead of the academic year beginning in September 2026. Our officials are also working with the Department for Work and Pensions to explore options on supporting enrolment through universal credit.
My department will monitor the impact of these policies and engage with local authorities to assess the impact of these changes on the uptake of free school meals, and I would be very happy to update the House on this work and to write to my honourable friend, the Chair of the Select Committee, by way of doing so. But I will give way.
I thank the Minister for giving way. She has set out the Government's commitment to increasing the take-up of free school meals for children who are already eligible, and a number of practical measures the Government is taking to make that registration easier. On the basis of what she has said today, I am content not to push my amendment on this issue to a vote today. But what I would say to the Minister is that the Select Committee will continue to monitor the take-up of free school meals very closely indeed, and should there be a lack of the progress that the Minister expects to see, we will come back and press this issue of auto-enrolment again with her, and we would expect that she looks at it again.
I thank my honourable friend both for her diligence in her role as Chair of the Select Committee and on this issue in particular. We want to see children receiving the sign-up and the entitlements to which that will change and transform their life chances, and indeed will work closely with her committee in ensuring that, that we are communicating well with the House on these very important issues. But our determination to deliver better life chances for our children, it doesn't stop there. As well as free breakfast clubs, we are delivering the holiday activities and food programme, enabling disadvantaged children and children identified by their local authorities so that they can access healthy food, enriching activities in the school holidays also. And the activity will see us go further, supporting every child, including children with special educational needs and disabilities, to achieve and thrive and put money back in their parents' pockets. Another part of this picture is the sad increase in childhood obesity, something, unfortunately, the party opposite did very little to address. We must ensure that the food children have at school and alongside clubs and activities is healthy, balanced and embeds healthy eating habits. We need to ensure compliance with the school food standards, and with reference to new Clause 6, we're working with the Food Standards Agency to take forward the findings of the 22-23 compliance pilot on how best to tackle the barriers identified. And I can confirm with regard to new Clause 54 that the Government will continue to publish comprehensive data on free school meals and on the holiday activities and food programme to ensure our approach is informed by the best available evidence. Tackling child poverty is an urgent imperative for this Government and for our society. It goes beyond the provision of food to putting money back into families' pockets, giving them choice and agency in ensuring that children are set up for the future. And our action to cut the cost of school uniform is just another part of that picture. Taking steps to cut the cost for families, putting money back in their pockets. I know honourable members share a desire to reduce the cost of sending children to school, but a monetary cap, as proposed by Amendment 1, would increase burdens and could create new financial penalties for schools. For schools, it would mean having to review uniform policies annually to ensure the branded items are still within the cost cap, and as a result could mean schools changing their uniforms more frequently to remain within the cap. They would also have to review and possibly renegotiate contracts with suppliers more frequently. For parents, more frequent changes in uniform could increase the overall number of branded items they have to buy whilst their child is at school. It could affect their ability to pass them down as second-hand uniform, and it could increase their reliance on specific suppliers. Our proposals provide clarity and certainty for schools. It enables parents to have greater choice about where they buy their uniform. Amendment 191 risks undermining this parental choice, but nothing prevents a school from providing branded items for less cost than generic alternatives and offering them as optional items. Under current VAT rules, all children's clothing, footwear designed for children under 14, including school uniforms, attracts a zero rate of VAT, so that covers the intention of new Clause 12. And on the point the Honourable Member for Twickenham raised, we encourage schools to use sew-on badges with a school name or logo as a cost-effective way to brand uniform items, but we do want to give parents clarity on what the limit that has been set means for them, and that's why we've included those within the limit of three items plus a tie for secondary education. I now turn to Amendments 4, 13, 14 and 16. I commend my honourable friend's intention to provide clarity as the interpretations of suitable education and suitable arrangements for education. It is important that there is consistency across local authorities and how they approach this. However, the amendments aren't needed. Section 7 of the Education Act is already clear that education must be suitable to a child's age, ability, aptitude and to any special educational needs they might have. And to that end, I want to reassure honourable members that we will make clear in statutory guidance for local authorities everything they have to consider as part of Section 7 when they're making decisions on the suitability of education. On Amendments 8 and 12, by requiring parents of eligible children to provide information for registers, local authorities will be able to have sight of this cohort of children, including those who are home educated, and ensure those children are receiving a suitable education and are safe. Removing the sanction from local authorities would make the provision less effective, and members will understand that it is considered poor practice by this government and predecessors to impose a legal duty on individuals without any actual sanction or consequence for failing to comply. On Amendment 203, concerning the application of independent school standards to academies, academies are independent schools in law. They're regulated by the independent school standards unless they're expressly exempted. So taking the standards away means we couldn't hold academies properly to account in critical areas like safeguarding. And members opposite should be familiar with this dual regime as they operated it for 14 years. Successive governments have operated the regulatory regime on this basis, and this government will do the same. It's more than 20 years since the last Labour government began converting schools which were failing children and showing no signs of turning around into academies. Our party is the proud parent of academies, of turning around life chances for children in communities up and down our country. The Labour government was driven by a simple principle which drives this Labour government too. Our children, all of them in every school, deserve the very best education we can provide, and anything that stands in the way of that must be tackled. Parents deserve to know that their child, wherever they live, will be able to attend a good local school with a qualified teacher in front of the class, attracted and retained through strong terms and conditions, teaching a cutting-edge curriculum. For every child, a school that gives them the very best education that our country can offer. Academies were, are and will continue to be at the heart of that endeavour. In the nearly 9 months since the election, more than 420 schools have been turned into academies. We are working with them to drive outcomes for our children. And it's the best academies' innovations in teaching and practice that we want to harness and to spread throughout our school system, underpinned by a core of standards that no one can slip below. Take our reforms to teaching. We're committed to ensuring that new teachers are set up for a successful teaching career through high-quality teacher training and induction. Amendment 222 is unnecessary because there are existing exemptions which allow schools the flexibility to recruit an unqualified subject expert and then support them to gain QTS through an employment-based route or ensure they are under qualified supervision. Amendments 209, 223, 225, did the Honourable Lady honestly just say it costs a load of money to train teachers? That is what I understood the lady said. Anyway, as set out in committee, we are proposing to repeal the duty to issue academy orders to broaden the Secretary of State's flexibility to take the best course of action for any school in a category of concern. We've set out our plans for exercising the flexibility, and the Government will update the House on the progress following the consultation. Academisation should remain the default position for schools in special measures, and we also propose to continue to academise schools as we build the capacity of the new RISE service. From September 26, we're not content to leave schools struggling as the previous government did. Schools requiring significant improvement will be supported by RISE teams. They'll work with responsible bodies. They'll drive forward school improvement, with academisation remaining as the backstop if improvement is not secured. I turn now to Amendment 210. Together with changes to regulations, this clause provides a route for independent consideration where agreement on the published admission number, or PANS, of a school cannot be reached locally. That will ensure that a school's PAN will meet the needs of the local community so that parents have the opportunity to send their child to a school where they can achieve and thrive. There's been a long-standing expectation that schools and local authorities should work together on place planning. However, where authorities have unilaterally set a PAN and it doesn't work in the interests of children in the local area, doesn't meet local needs, for setting PANs that damage the quality of education that children receive, this will change that. I can reassure the Right Honourable Member that it will not prevent good schools from being able to grow where that is right for local children. We expect it will encourage good schools to offer more places where there's demand and if they have capacity to do so. Our proposals give local authorities powers to set schools' PANs, and they'll only be able to object to the independent impartial adjudicator when the adjudicator concludes that a PAN is unlawful, having regard to admissions law. School performance and parental choice will continue to be a key consideration throughout the regulations as they're set, and we need to make sure that all published admission numbers are right for schools and for local children. Finally, in relation to the monitoring and evaluation of the bill, we've already set out our intention to conduct and publish a post-implementation review impact assessment, and we'll consider other post-implementation reviews as necessary, as we do with all measures that regulate business activities. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, the bill represents just the first legislative steps of what this government wants to achieve in driving up outcomes for children, and we mean every child. The security of a safe, loving home, the security that comes with families knowing sending their children to school will not cost the earth, the security of a good local school with qualified teachers supporting every child to achieve and thrive. After 14 years, it's not too much to ask, and it's what this bill will deliver.
The question is that new clause 17 be read a second time. As many as are opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that new clause 17 be added to the bill. As many as are opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. I think I heard a withdrawal, but I need to check for clarity. New clause 1 has been selected for separate decision. I call Helen Hayes to move new clause 1 formally.
Not moved.
Not moved. New clause 1 not moved. New clause 7 has been selected for separate decision. I call Munira Wilson to move new clause 7 formally.
Move formally.
Clause 7, registration of children for free school meals.
The question is that new clause 7 be read a second time. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby. The question is, as on the order paper, as many of that opinion say aye. 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 Of the contrary, no. No. Tell us for the ayes are Tessa Munt and Susan Marion. Tell us for the noes are Christian Wakefield and Anna Turley.
The ayes to the right, 77. The noes to the left, 313.
The ayes to the right, 77. The noes to the left, 313. So the noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. New clause 34 has been selected for separate decision. Shh. I call Adrian Ramsey to move new clause 34 formally.
Move formally.
Provision of free school lunches to all primary school children.
The question is that new clause 34 be read a second time. As many of their opinions say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby. As on the order paper, as many of the opinions say aye. Aye. As contrary, no. No. The tellers for the ayes are Sean Berry and Carla Denyer, and the tellers for the noes are Christian Wakeford and Anna Turley. Order.
The ayes to the right, 77. The noes to the left, 315.
The ayes to the right are 77. The noes to the left are 315. The noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. With the leave of the House, I shall put a single question on Government Amendments 132, 133 to 35, 20 to 31, 136 to 138, 32, 139, 33, 140, 34 to 69, 141, 70 to 78, 142 to 144, 79 to 81, 145 to 148, 82, 149, 83 to 89, 150, 90, 151 to 153, 91, 92 and 154 to 168. I call the Minister to move all those amendments formally.
Formally moved.
The question is, here we go again, Government Amendments 132, 133 to 135, 20 to 31, 136 to 138, 32, 139, 33, 140, 34 to 69, 141, 70 to 78, 142 to 144, 79 to 81, 145 to 148, 82, 149, 83 to 89, 150, 90, 151 to 153, 91, 92 and 154 to 168 to be made. As many of their opinions say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Well, I didn't want to read those out again. Now, Amendment 209 has been selected for separate decision. I call Laura Trott to move the amendment formally.
Move formally.
Yeah. The question is that Amendment 209 be made. As many of their opinions say aye. Aye. No. Of the contrary, no. No. Clear the lobby. On the order paper, as many of their opinions say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes are Nick Timothy and Andrew Snowden, and tellers for the noes are Christian Wakeford and Anna Tony.
Order.
The ayes to the right, 107. The noes to the left, 324.
The ayes to the right, 107, and the noes to the left are 324. So the noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. Amendment 210 has been selected for separate decision. I call Laura Trott to move the amendment formally.
Move formally.
The question is that Amendment 210 be made. As many of their opinions say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Division, Claire Harvey. Question is, as on the order paper, as many of their opinions say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes are Andrew Snowden and Nick Timothy, and tellers for the noes are Christian Wakeford and Anna Turley. Order.
The ayes to the right, 167. The noes to the left, 324.
The ayes to the right are 167. The noes to the left are 324. So the noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. Andrew, if you're seated, I can continue. With the leave of the House, I shall put a single question on Government Amendments 169, 170 and 93 to 110. I call the Minister to move all those amendments formally. The question is that Government Amendments 169, 170 and 93 to 110 be made. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Consideration completed. Third reading.
Now.
Minister, Secretary of State to move third reading.
I beg to move this bill now be read the third time. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is legislation that belongs to children. The clue is in the name. The Children's Wellbeing and Schools Bill. It is for them. It is because this government is for them. We are on a mission to break down the barriers to opportunity for each and every child, to sever the link between background and success, and this bill sits at the centre of that mission. So let me start, Madam Deputy Speaker, by thanking members from across the House for their contributions, and especially members of the Bill Committee for their scrutiny. A particular thank you also to my honourable friends in the ministerial team, the members for Newcastle upon Tyne North and Portsmouth South, for guiding the bill through its common stages. Madam Deputy Speaker, this debate is valuable. Education back at the forefront of national life, children back at the centre of our national conversation. Every child in this country deserves a safe childhood and an excellent education. The action in the bill cements in legislation the biggest reform of children's social care in a generation, keeping children with their families wherever it is safe to do so, supporting them to stay together, and strengthening kinship care so vulnerable children can live with the people they know and trust where they cannot continue to live with their parents. Fixing the broken care market so that when children can't stay with their family, when kinship or foster care isn't sadly an option, children have somewhere to live that is safe, secure and supportive. After 14 years of inaction, 14 years of our most vulnerable children pushed to the sidelines, their voices not heard, this bill puts their life chances front and centre. And we have started that reform already, piloting new financial support for kinship carers and investing over £500 million in family help and child protection in the next financial year alone. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a bill that protects children, based on data, evidence and expertise, laying the groundwork for a single unique identifier for children, enabling sharing of the right information at the right time, creating multi-agency child protection teams and requiring permission before children subject to child protection inquiries or plans can be home educated, to spot early warning signs and stop vulnerable children falling through the cracks. It starts with safety and it builds from there. The bill legislates for free breakfast clubs in primary schools, our children ready to learn at the start of the school day, money back in parents' pockets, breakfast clubs saving them up to £450 a year, and our new limit on expensive branded uniforms, saving some parents over £50 per child as part of the back-to-school shop. Because this is a government, Madam Deputy Speaker, that supports families, parents and children alike. It is the right of every child to have every opportunity to succeed, and it is the right of every parent to send their child to a great local school, and that's what this bill will do. The certainty of an excellent local school for every child. Our best schools and trusts, our partners and leaders, they've shown the value of collaboration, how excellence and innovation can flow from one classroom to another. It's time to bring that to the whole country, Excellence in every classroom, every science lab, every art studio, every music room, in every type of school. And the Curriculum and Assessment Review published its interim report just this afternoon. And from that review will come the rich and broad curriculum our children need and deserve, delivered by expert teachers, raising a floor of high standards below which schools must not slip, above which they can build and innovate with no ceiling on what they can achieve. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, when it comes to the safety and life chances of our children, I am always impatient. So I ask the members opposite, just for one moment, to put aside their rhetoric and gimmery and consider what their constituents actually want. Not their friends in high places, not their friends in the commentariat, not their friends in the Westminster bubble, but parents up and down this country. Parents want qualified teachers at the front of their children's classroom. Parents want the assurance of knowing for sure what their child is being taught. Parents want more teachers in our schools, better trained and supported. Parents want free breakfast clubs in their child's primary school. Parents want cheaper uniforms that don't set them back at the start of every term. Parents want stronger safeguards for children after the horrific incidents that we have sadly seen in recent years. So if members opposite oppose this bill, that is what they are opposing. And they may talk in the vaguest of terms about the supposed horror this bill will unleash. Madam Deputy Speaker, we've seen it all before. Just months ago, they told us that Labour's plans to end private schools' tax breaks would send a flood of children into state schools that would overrun them. Scaremongering. I've lost count of all the doom-laden stories, but do they come to pass? Absolutely not. Once again, on the wrong side of parents. Once again, resisting change and protecting privilege. And it speaks to a wider point. The Conservative Party are just lost. They're so out of ideas, clinging on to the misguided hope that the public will just forget the last 14 years as if they never happened, that it wasn't all for nothing. But it was, and Labour is cleaning up the mess that they left behind to ensure that every child has a safe, loving home, to put money back into parents' pockets and to drive high and rising standards in all of our schools, to deliver the brighter future every child in our country deserves. And I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a third time. I call the Shadow Secretary of State, Laura Trott.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I had hoped that during the common stages of this bill, the government would listen to the vast number of respected voices from the education sector who have warned repeatedly that this ill-thought-through bill is nothing short of a disaster for education standards in this country. But unfortunately, the Secretary of State failed to listen to the Children's Commissioner, who warned that children will spend longer in failing schools because of this bill, or Catherine Burble-Singh, who argued that if passed... Madam Deputy Speaker, this is how they treat one of the best head teachers in this country. She warned that if passed, the impact on our children, especially the most vulnerable, will be seismic. She will not listen to the former Chief Inspector of Ofsted, who described the bill as a many-pronged assault on school standards, or Lord Harris, who supported the party at the last election and said the bill will only harm the most disadvantaged families. Madam Deputy Speaker, even some of her own backbenchers have asked the Secretary of State to think again. Why does she think she knows better? Instead of engaging constructively with this criticism, the approach from the Secretary of State has been to resort to personal attacks. In response to Amanda Spielman's sensible suggestion that there should be an analysis of the impacts of autonomy in schools before a legislation abolishing it is forced through the House of Commons, a government source went on the record to denigrate a former senior public servant in the most personal of terms. Did the Secretary of State sign off this briefing?
Apologise now.
In her own opinion piece in the Telegraph today, the Secretary of State told me and the Shadow team to get out of London. She appears, Madam Deputy Speaker, not to have noticed the work of Star Academies, Delta Academies Trust, United Learning, Trinity and Inspiration Trust, amongst many others. These are brilliant trusts who are changing the lives of young people who she so casually dismisses. But I have a suggestion for the Secretary of State in return, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Secretary of State should visit Wales. Wales, where the Labour Party have been in charge for 26 years. Wales, the blueprint for her reforms. And Wales, which currently finds itself at the bottom of the rankings for the whole of the UK in maths, English and science. The Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster said today that his party would never do anything to harm social mobility. Yet, Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill will be devastating for social mobility. The Labour benches need to understand the consequences of this bill. The evidence, should they care to read it, is overwhelming. The IFS have said very clearly that the differences in policy and approach have led to the terrible outcomes in Wales for disadvantaged young people. Indeed, disadvantaged young people in England do as well as the average child in Wales. And yet, these are the policies that they want to implement in England. How on earth can they justify imposing the same policies and approach that have been such a disaster in Wales? This bill, at a single stroke, undermines all the work that has been done by successive governments of all parties, head teachers and trusts over so many years. Academy Trust heads have been abused actually during this debate and attacked by unions in this process because they dared to want better for young people under their care. Former Labour and Conservative education secretaries who have driven through reforms in the face of fierce opposition are being undermined by this bill. I cannot believe that the government will undo all of that for no reason. There is no evidence whatsoever that their proposals will improve a single school. In fact, the evidence is clear that they will make things worse. The Secretary of State is putting ideology in the interests of union bosses over what is best for children and parents. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a bill of two halves. The first, on safeguarding, we agree absolutely with the principle of. But the second is a policy equivalent of a wrecking ball. It will destroy the consensus over 2 decades on what improves schools. It is discredited. It is disastrous for school standards, and we will never stop fighting it.
The question is that the bill be now read a third time. As many that opinion say aye. Aye. No. No. The question is, as on the order paper, as many that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. No. The tellers for the ayes are Christian Wakeford and Anna Turley, and the tellers for the noes are Andrew Snowden and Nick Timothy. Order, order.
The ayes to the right, 382. The noes to the left, 104.
The ayes to the right, 382. The noes to the left, 104. So the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Unlock.